Sir. Ma'am.
Namaskar. Good morning to one and all present here. With a great honor and immense pleasure, I welcome you to the one-day National Faculty Training Workshop organized by the Indian Knowledge System Cell, MALLA Reddy College of Engineering.
विद्या ददाति विनयं विनयाद्धाति पात्रतां पात्रतदात् धनमाप्ति धनात् धर्मं तदात् सुखम. Knowledge gives humility, humility brings worthiness, worthiness leads to prosperity, prosperity fosters righteousness, and from righteousness comes lasting happiness. Today, we gather here to celebrate India's eternal knowledge, traditions, and explore how ancient wisdom can guide us towards the sustainable development goals and the vision of Vikasit Bharat.
Today we gather to celebrate India's eternal knowledge traditions and explore how ancient wisdom can guide us toward the sustainable development goals and the vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047. Before we begin the formal proceedings, let us immerse ourselves in a short AV presentation that takes us through the timeless brilliance of India's ancient knowledge system.
No, button.
CERN has a Shiva Nataraja statue as a gift from India. The statue, a symbol of the Hindu deity Shiva in his dancing form, represents the concept of Shakti, or life force, and the perpetual dance of the universe. It was chosen by the Indian government to represent the metaphor between the cosmic dance of Nataraja and the study of subatomic particles at CERN.
మహాభారతంలో ఉన్న ఎన్నో విషయాలు ముఖ్యంగా ఈ మూడు విషయాలు మోడర్న్ సైన్స్ కూడా ఆశ్చర్యపరుస్తున్నాయి. భారతంలో అర్జునుడి ఆయుధం గాంధీయం ఒకేసారి 1000 బాణాలను సంధించగలరు. ఇప్పుడు మనం చూస్తున్న మల్టీ లాంచ్ మిసైల్ సిస్టమ్ కూడా లేటెస్ట్ టెక్నాలజీగా మనం చెప్పుకుంటున్నాం. రామాయణ భారతంలో మనం చదివినట్టుగా నిటారుగా ఎగిరే పుష్పక విమానం నేటి డ్రోన్ ఇంకా ఆధునిక ఎయిర్ క్రాఫ్ట్స్ ని తలపిస్తున్నాయి. అలాగే భారతంలో గాంధారికి 100 మంది సంతానం, మట్టి కుండల్లో పిండాలు ఉంచడం అచ్చంగా ఈ రోజు మనం చూస్తున్న టెస్ట్ ట్యూబ్ బేబీ IVF లో అలాంటి టెక్నాలజీతోనే కదా. మన పురాణాలు కేవలం మతపరమైనవి కాదు, భవిష్యత్తును సూచించే దిక్సూచిలాగా టైం మిషన్ లాగా మనం చూస్తున్నాం.
के बारे में बात करेंगे। केरल के मंदिरों में 2 नृत्य नाटक रामनट्टम और कृष्णट्टम सामंती व्यवस्था के संरक्षण में विकसित हुए थे, जिसमें रामायण और महाभारत की कहानियां सुनाई जाती थी। ये लोक नाटक परंपराएं बाद में कथकली के रूप में विकसित हुई। कथकली 2 शब्दों कथा, जिसका अर्थ है कहानी, और काली का अर्थ है नाटक से मिलकर बना है। कथकली नृत्य को कहानीनुमा प्रदर्शित किया जाता है। कथकली के प्रत्येक प्रदर्शन में एक कहानी अवश्य होती है। कथकली कुटियाट्टम संस्कृत नाटक परंपरा और अन्य प्राचीन मार्शल आर्ट कलाओं से संबंधित है। सामंती व्यवस्था के पतन के बाद कथकली नृत्य एक कला के रूप में घटने लगा और इसे 1930 के दशक में प्रसिद्ध कवि विलियम मेनन के प्रयासों से पुनर्जीवित किया गया। इसमें संगीत, नृत्य और नाटक का अद्भुत समायोजन होता है। आंखों और भौहों के माध्यम से हाव भाव का प्रदर्शन कथकली की प्रमुख विशेषता है। विषम अभिनयकर्ता के अनुसार होता है। इसमें रंगों का बड़ा महत्व होता है। कालासम, एराक्ति, तोनकरम और नालमिरित्ति आदि कथकली के भाग हैं। इस नृत्य के गीतों में मणिप्रवलम भाषा, जो कि मलयालम और संस्कृत का मिश्रण है, का इस्तेमाल किया।
Art is the gateway to consciousness, and Indian classical dance is a perfect blend of rhythm, devotion, and expression. We now present a graceful classical dance performance to mark the auspicious beginning of today's workshop. I invite Rashmi from CSE department to perform the classical dance.
Thank you, Rashmi, for your wonderful classical dance performance. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishno, Yagda Bharto. Great leadership and righteousness efforts unite. Success and prosperity follows. It's now my privilege to invite our distinguished dignitaries onto the dais. I invite Dr. M. Ashok Sir, Principal Sir of MRCE onto the dais. I invite Chief Guest of today's program, Professor V. Kamakshi Prasad Sir. I invite today's resource person, Professor P. Harikrishna Garu, onto the dais. I invite Surashri Harshad Sharma Sir onto the dais. I invite IKSL convener MRCE, Dr. Y. Sarika Kumari onto the dais.
Asadoma Satkamaya, Davasoma Jyotirkamaya, Mityoma Amritam Kamaya. Lead us from untruth to truth, darkness to light, and mortality to immortality. In the Indian tradition, light is the symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and auspicious beginnings. Let us begin this sacred occasion with the lighting of the lamp. I request all the dignitaries to light the lamp.
ఇది పట్టుకొని టూ సరిపోతాయి టూ చాలా ఇది రికార్డ్ అవుతుంది
We shall now have the prayer song. I invite Magesh the prayer song.
పైకి పెట్టిన లిరిక్స్ गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलाक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्याय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. The teacher is the embodiment of all the divine forces. We bow to such a guru. May I now invite Dr. Y. Sarita Kumari, convener of Indian Knowledge System Cell, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to one and all. Present here on behalf of MALLA REDDY College of Engineering and the Indian Knowledge System Cell. I truly delighted to welcome you all this one-day national training faculty training workshop on the theme Indian Knowledge System for Sustainable Development Goals, integrating ancient wisdom with the vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047, organized by IKSL of MRCE Hyderabad. First and foremost, it is great honor to welcome our chief guest, Professor V. Kamakshi Prasad sir, Director of Academic Planner, JNTU Hyderabad. Sir, we are truly privileged to have our gracious presence with us today. We are also honored to welcome our resource persons, Professor P. Harikrishna sir, Head of the Indian Knowledge System Cell, NIT Warangal, and Mr. G.S. Sri Harsha Sharma, Tech for India, Hyderabad, and M. Praveen Kumar sir, Professor, Department of Panchakarma, BRKR, Government Ayurved College, Hyderabad. A warm welcome to our respected Principal sir, Dr. M. Ashok sir, for his continuous guidance, encouragement, and support in organizing such a enriching academic events. It is also extended heartfelt thanks to our management for their constant support, vision, and encouragement in prompting in a innovative and value-based academic at MRCE, education at MRCE. The Indian knowledge system represented the timeless intellectual and spiritual heritage of our nation. It is integrated science, technologies, philosophy, mathematics, health, and architecture, offering historical wisdom of sustainable and ethical living. And first of all, once again, I extend warm welcome to everyone present here. Let us make the most of this learning opportunity and care forwarding the legacy of Indian knowledge system. Thank you, one and all.
Nahi jnanena sadrusham pavitramih vidyate. There is nothing more pure than knowledge. Now I invite Dr. M. Ashok, Principal MRCE, to address the gathering.
Respected Chief Guest Professor K. Kamakshi Prasad Sir, Director Academic Planning, Jain to Hyderabad, Distinguished Speaker Professor Hari Krishna from NIT Warangal, another one of the speaker Mr. G.S. Riyasha Sharma, Tech for India International NGO, Kannar Indian Knowledge System Cell MRCE, Deans, HODs, participants, my dear students, Andarki Namaste. It's a quite interesting workshop for the faculty members. Why such a programs are required in a technical institutions? Is it based on what? Our vision of India. You are to celebrate 100 years in the year 2047. Vikasit Bharat. For that, what is our contribution? What you are expecting from your teaching community? That is the main intention to conduct this program. The keep in mind 2047 Vikasit Bharat. You want to become a what's Vikasit Bharat? Why this education system is required? Indian knowledge system is required. Already your after independence, you are following your Macaulay education system. What is the problem for this system? You are working for yourself or you are working for the same society. The main goal is sustainable goals. Everybody talking about 7 sustainable goals. Really, your technology, your science and engineering knowledge is useful for what? Mankind? Really is friendly with your nature? If not, what is the problem? Because the entire globe is facing the problem. Just as a budding engineers, you have to give the solution for all these things only if you incorporate our sustainable goals in our education system. Everybody talking about this is a policy matter. But you have forgotten our history. These sustainable goals you are talking about your policy, that is there already our genes, our way of life, your sustainable goals. Already is there in our culture. So that is the main reason why new education policy, national education policy is concerned 2020. They are incorporated this national education policy in that Indian knowledge system. You have to compulsory inculcate this in our add this subject as one of the subject, whatever your discipline, maybe engineering or a science or a maybe arts. Because the main intention is sustainability. You can achieve sustainability only through our old tradition, Indian knowledge system only. There is no other way. Everybody talking about one of the important holistic education. Inclusiveness. You know, inclusiveness, you have or Vedas said, Vasudaika Kutumbamu, total earth is becomes you are treating as one family. You see the wonderful concepts. You have forgotten. You are treating as what was a Dharti as a what sir is a father, mother, isn't it? You are talking about what sir? Green environment. You are saying Vrusho Rakshiti Rakshita is there already. So that's why this Indian knowledge system is an important aspect that is missing now in a present education system. Values, ethics, all things are what's are forgotten. You are working for only materialistic. So Vikasit Bharat means not only GDP is not dependent on only GDP, not only development of what's are only this thing, infrastructure development. You have to develop what's are human values also important, equally important. If that is the case, this Indian knowledge system is important. That's why you are conducting such a programs. So this first time in 2025, this Indian knowledge system is included one of the important subjects. I thanks Kamakshi Prasad sir present here is a DAP Director of Academic Planning, including this introducing this subject for students. So because so Bhagavad Gita said, what are the great big people? What sir said, remaining all follows, isn't it? So that's why, as a teacher, you have to inculcate this habit, the culture habit, ethical values, and all when you are teaching to the students. Then automatically students will follow, right? First of all, I congratulate MRCE, Indian Knowledge System Cell Convener, Sarita Madam, and other faculty members and other department HODs and deans for supporting conducting this such an important program in our campus. I thank Professor Kamakshi Prasad sir and speaker, today's speaker, first speaker, NIT Warangal, he came from Warangal, Ilangal. Then another speaker, MGR Sharma, GS Sharma Garu, is also there here for accepting an invitation. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting an invitation, sparing your time. Then one important aspect you have forgotten here. Only thing is this is an initiation you are taken. So when you go to your respective colleges, those are there and online. Please, this is taken as a what's are one of the important step, initial step. Then implement this in your college when you go to your respective colleges. I thank very much for giving this opportunity. Namaste.
Thank you for your knowledgeable words, sir. Now I invite Arjun sir for introduce our chief guest.
Kshanah Kshanashchaiva Vidyamardhancha Sadhaye. Every moment is precious for gaining knowledge. It is my honor to introduce Professor V. Kamakshi Prasad sir, a distinguished academician, visionary administrator, and a respected leader in engineering education. He currently serves as a Director of Academic Planning at Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad, one of India's premier technological universities. Professor Kamakshi Prasad sir has played a pivotal role in shaping academic frameworks, curriculum reforms, and quality enhancement initiatives across JNUH affiliated colleges. His deep commitment to academic excellence, structured policy making, and transparent evaluation processes has significantly strengthened the university's academic ecosystem. With decades of experience as a teacher, researcher, and academic planner, Professor Prasad sir is known for his clarity of vision and his dedication of fostering student-centric and industry-aligned education. He has contributed immensely to examination reforms, academic audits, curriculum structure development, and effective governance across the university. Professor Kamakshi Prasad's leadership continues to inspire institutions to adopt best practices, enhance academic standards, and cultivate a culture of discipline and innovation. His work stands as a guiding force for academic institutions striving for quality, consistency, and continuous improvements. We are privileged to welcome such an eminent academic leader today. With immense respect, I now invite our esteemed chief guest, Professor Kamakshi Prasad sir, to share his insights.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. Respected dignitaries, days. Professor Ashok Garu, Principal, MRCE, Professor R. Krishna Garu, Professor of Civil Engineering and IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems Cell Director at NIT Warangal, Mr. G.S. Sri Harsha Sharma, who is going to be one of the resource persons for today's workshop, and my dear faculty participants of this one-day workshop, and dear students, good morning to all of you. Actually, we have seen very beautiful video which is narrating our ancestors who contributed a lot for different fields of science, technology, literature. I request the principal to share that video with all the participants for the benefit of all the participants, and because we have been listening the great inventions and inventors like Copernicus, Galileo, and Newton, and all these names, and Thomas Alva Edison, who invented electricity. But reality is something different. All these are invented by our Indian scientists. So it is very inspiring video. So I request the participants to go through each one of those slides and see the Google, search for the Google what their contributions are. We know Agastya means we know him as a sage, a Rishi, but he is a scientist. Okay, he was having the full knowledge of the technology associated with the atomic energy, remember, and then electricity, and several great people. And also there are 2-3 important points in that slide presentation. One is on CERN. CERN, okay, most of you must know, CERN is a place where 2 protons are collided with high energy and found out several subatomic particles which originated from the proton. Okay, we consider proton is non-divisible entity, but proton-proton collision resulted in huge number of subatomic particles. It established several things. And okay, the point here is there is a Nataraja statue in front of the CERN Geneva. Okay, Nataraja statue. So all of you know who is Nataraja. Okay, and you must try to relate what kind of research that is happening in the CERN and how Nataraja statue is connected with that inventions. And of course, you know, in the last 5-6 years, most of the Nobel Prizes are awarded to scientists and professors who are directly or indirectly linked with CERN outcome. Are you following? It is going to have such a phenomenal impact. And nowadays quantum computing, we are studying it as another emerging computing technologies. They are also rooted in the CERN experiments, CERN results. So like that, okay, the advancements. In fact, I handle quantum computing subject in our department. So okay, it instantly connected with all the quantum concepts, and I see Nataraja statue. And the second one is a flying machine. You know, when we Operation Sindoor, okay, to demoralize Pakistan, what we have done? We have done 2 things. One is we collapsed their radar systems and we collapsed their air bases. Are you following? So In fact, when if there is a war between India and China, they will also do the same thing. So once our all air bases are collapsed, destroyed by China or enemy, then our flights and all the aircrafts are useless. So 2 days back, there was a proof of concept by DRDO, wherein they demonstrated the flying aircrafts in vertical direction. Are you following? So we are, in fact, that is going to be part of our defense system in another 6 months to 1 year. If that is the case, our critical dependency on air bases will be gone. Yeah. So in fact, if we attain the technology, we are going to be the second country after USA to fly all the defense flying objects in a vertical direction. So this is another great thing. And Arjuna Gandiva, in fact, Israel is having that technology. We are also acquiring similar technology with our indigenous. Remember, when I say indigenous technologies, ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఐ వాంట్ టు టెల్ సంథింగ్. సో మనందరికీ ఒక మాతృభాష ఉంది. ఇఫ్ టీచర్ టీచర్స్ ఇన్ ఇంగ్లీష్, మనం ఏం చేస్తామంటే దాన్ని సైకాలజిస్ట్ అనాలిసిస్ we translate it into mother tongue. We think in mother tongue and conceptualize the things in mother tongue and then translate into English, and we respond back to the teacher if a teacher asks a question. So మన థాట్ ప్రాసెస్ అంతా కూడా మాతృభాషలోనే జరుగుతుంది. అందువల్ల ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు ఇండియన్ నాలెడ్జ్ సిస్టంలో ఈవెన్ టీచింగ్ ఇన్ మదర్ టంగ్ అట్లీస్ట్ అప్ టు +2 or high school education is one of the motives or objectives. So ఇప్పుడు మీకు ఈ ఆల్ ఇన్వెన్షన్స్ మీకు చూడండి, మనకి విశ్వాసాలు, బిలీఫ్స్, సెంటిమెంట్స్, కస్టమ్స్, if they are linked with the science and technology, the growth in the science and technology will be phenomenal, exponential. ఇంతవరకు మన బిలీఫ్ ఏంటంటే మన కస్టమ్స్, మన ఆచారాలు అన్నీ కూడా సైన్స్కి సంబంధం లేనివి. కాబట్టి ఆచారాలు, రిలీజియన్, బిలీఫ్స్ వేరు, సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ వేరు అని, దట్ ఈస్ ద బిలీఫ్. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ బీన్ బిలీవింగ్ సో ఫార్ విత్ ద మెకాలే ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్. సపోజ్ దెర్ ఇస్ ఏ సినర్జీ డెవలప్ అయింది అనుకోండి, మనం ఏమైతే ఆలోచిస్తున్నామో, మనం ఏమైతే నమ్ముతున్నామో, సైన్స్ కూడా అదే చెప్తుందనే అది ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ అయింది అనుకోండి, దెన్ అవర్ లెర్నింగ్ పేస్ విల్ బి ఎక్స్పోనెన్షియలీ ఇంక్రీస్డ్. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, దెర్ ఆర్ బ్యారియర్స్. మనం ఒకటి నమ్ముతున్నాము, సైన్స్ ఇంకోటి చెప్తుంది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఆ రెండిట్లో ఆ బ్యారియర్ లేకపోతే మన లెర్నింగ్ కానీ, మన ఎక్స్పోజరు, మన అడ్వాన్స్మెంట్ చాలా ఎక్స్పోనెన్షియల్గా పెరుగుతాయి. ఇప్పుడు ప్రిన్సిపల్గా చెప్పారు 2047 వికసిత భారత్. ఆ వికసిత భారత్ గోల్స్కి మనం అంతా అటైన్ కావాలి అంటే ఒకటేంటంటే మన ఇండిజినస్ థాట్ ప్రాసెస్, మన ఇండిజినస్ బిలీఫ్ సిస్టమ్స్లో ఎంత స్ట్రెంగ్త్ ఉంది, ఎంత రిచ్నెస్గా ఉన్నాయి అవి మనం తెలుసుకుంటే, అంటే తెలుసుకోవాలంటే ఏంటి, మళ్ళీ వీ షుడ్ విజిట్ అవర్ రూట్స్, మన యాన్సెస్టర్స్ ఇన్వెన్షన్స్ అండ్ హౌ ప్యూర్ దే ఆర్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. మీకు ఒక్క విషయం చెప్పి నేను కంక్లూడ్ చేస్తాను. ఇప్పుడు క్వాంటమ్ కంప్యూటింగ్ టెక్నాలజీస్ ఉంది. ఒక 30 years బ్యాక్ డిజిటల్ రెవల్యూషన్ వచ్చింది. ఇట్స్ 40 years బ్యాక్ కంప్యూటర్ ఎవాల్వ్ అయింది. 1980s, 70s డిజిటల్ కంప్యూటర్. అప్పుడు ఆ అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఇండియా తీసుకోలేకపోయింది. సో గ్రేట్ ఇన్వెన్షన్స్, గ్రేట్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ అన్నీ కూడా ఎవరితో ఉన్నాయి? అమెరికాతో ఉన్నాయి. ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఏ ప్రోడక్ట్ అయినా తీసుకోండి, దట్ ఈస్ ఆరిజినేటెడ్ ఇన్ అమెరికా. వాట్ ఈస్ ద అడ్వాంటేజ్ దే ఆర్ హ్యావింగ్? ఒక పేటెంటింగ్ రాయల్టీ ఫార్మ్లో అమెరికా ఈస్ గెటింగ్ $5 trillion అవుట్ ఆఫ్ $30 trillion ఎకానమీ. ఓన్లీ రాయల్టీ అంటే వాళ్ళు ఏం పని చేయకపోయినా వచ్చి పడిపోతాయి. దట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ అమెరికా ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్. ఇప్పుడు now it is the era of quantum computers. So unfortunately, the present day quantum computers are internally built on zeros and ones, which is nothing but digital computation. But our Indian thought is different. So I'm very confident in next 5 years we are going to come up with more efficient technologies on which quantum computers will work. In that case, all the inventions, patents, royalty driven by the patents అవన్నీ మనతోనే ఉంటాయి. సో ఆ డైరెక్షన్లో చాలా వర్క్ జరుగుతుంది. ఓకే, డిఆర్డిఓలో కానివ్వండి, ఐఐటీస్లో కానివ్వండి, మిగతా రీసెర్చ్ సెంటర్స్లో కానివ్వండి, చాలా వర్క్ జరుగుతుంది. సో మనము ఇప్పుడు వాట్ ఈస్ ద నీడ్ ఆఫ్ అవర్ ఏంటంటే మన ఇండియన్ నాలెడ్జ్ సిస్టంలో ఉండే స్ట్రెంగ్త్, మన యాన్సెస్ట్రల్ లిటరేచర్లో ఉండే సైన్స్ని మనం అర్థం చేసుకొని ఆ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ అప్లై చేసి మనము న్యూ జనరేషన్ ఇన్వెన్షన్స్కి మనము ఫౌండేషన్స్ వేయాలి. అప్పుడు మనం అనుకున్న ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ అన్ని ఫుల్ఫిల్ అవుతాయి. సో ఈ ఫ్యూ వర్డ్స్ అని ఇంకా లాస్ట్లీ అశోక్ గారు చెప్పారు, ఇండియన్ నాలెడ్జ్ సిస్టమ్ని ఇప్పుడు మన జేఎన్టీలో కరికులంలో ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసాము. ఇంత ముందు కూడా ఉండింది, బట్ అప్పుడు క్రెడిట్ లేదు, ఇప్పుడు క్రెడిట్ అలాట్ చేస్తాం. కాబట్టి స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరూ క్లాసెస్కి వస్తారు, స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరూ వింటారు, పరీక్షలు రాస్తారు. కాబట్టి దీనివల్ల ఫలితం ఉంటుంది. అండ్ వన్ మోర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే ఇండియన్ నాలెడ్జ్ సిస్టమ్కి ట్రైనింగ్ అంటే ఆర్బిటరీ XYZ టీచ్ చేయరు, ఓన్లీ సర్టిఫైడ్ టీచర్స్ మాత్రమే టీచ్ చేస్తారు. సో ఎవరికైతే మన ఫ్యాకల్టీలో ప్యాషన్ ఉందో వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా MMTTC సెంటర్స్ ఉన్నాయి, HRDC సెంటర్స్, ట్రైనింగ్ సెంటర్స్. అందులో 3 weeks ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ షెడ్యూల్ చేస్తున్నాము. అందులో ఎవరైతే అటెండ్ అవుతారో, ఎవరికైతే సర్టిఫికేషన్ ఉంటుందో వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే టీచర్స్. సో అందువల్ల సో ఈ కమింగ్ సమ్మర్ వెకేషన్లో ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్కి రిజిస్టర్ చేసుకుంటే you will be given opportunity to teach the subject in your respective colleges. Thank you very much.
Now the time to felicitate our chief guest. We now request the dignitaries to felicitate our chief guest as a token of respect and gratitude. Now the time for tea break. Please join us for tea. We will reassemble at 10:50 a.m. for the first session.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. 10 minutes for tea break. today's workshop. I would like to invite Ajusa to address the resource person.
It is my privilege to introduce Professor P. Harikrishna sir, a distinguished academician and an inspiring leader at the National Institute of Technology, NIT Varangal. Sir currently serves in the Department of Civil Engineering, where he has made a remarkable contribution in the area of structural engineering, sustainable materials, and innovative construction practices. Beyond his academic expertise, Professor Harikrishna sir is the head of the Indian Knowledge System Cell at NIT Varangal, where he has been instrumental in integrating India's ancient scientific wisdom and engineering education. Under his leadership, the IKS cell of NIT Varangal has grown into a vibrant hub that promotes interdisciplinary research, traditional knowledge, applications, and value-based education aligned with NEP 2020. With several years of impactful teaching, research guidance, and transformative academic initiatives, Professor Harikrishna is deeply admired for his commitment to student development, faculty capacity building, and national level collaborations. He has delivered numerous expert talks, coordinated workshops, and contributed significantly to bring Indian knowledge system into mainstream higher education. Today, we are honored to have him with us, and we are warmly welcome Professor P. Harikrishna sir to guide us with his expertise and vision. Please welcome, sir.
ఇది ప్రస్తుతానికి ఇదే చేస్తాను నేమ్స్ ఉన్నది సార్ ఓకే యా ప్రొఫెసర్ అశోక్ గారు అండ్ ప్రొఫెసర్ from JNTU Hyderabad, other faculty members, participants, and young student friends. A very good morning to all. It's a great pleasure and honor to be before you all as a faculty of NIT Varangal. Recently, I have been taken over as this head of IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems. When I am coming, I was, of course, for the past 2-3 days, I'm in dilemma because I met with a small accident on Tuesday night. I told Arjun on Wednesday, I had this issue. I don't know whether I'll be able to make it or not. But I think Arjun is very dear to Krishna, just like in Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam, Srimad. So somehow, till yesterday night, when he called me, I also said, I'm doubtful because my wife warned me, because she is also a doctor. She warned me saying that if at all you go, because it's a lot of swelling is there. But in the morning 4:30, when I woke up, as usual, I woke up at 4:30, I could feel myself little comfortable. I walked for 5-10 minutes in my house. I thought I should make it. Therefore, I informed him, I am before you all at this esteemed institute. I was so happy to see half of my talk was already covered by seeing the posters, what Ashok sir told me about the students, what you guys have done. It's really wonderful that MALLA REDDY Engineering College has already started good amount of work in this IKS or Indian Knowledge Systems. I take you for about 75 to 90 minutes. Okay, I'll leave at the earliest. Please be sure. On this topic of temple and technology. Can you put off the slides? Temple and technology. Yeah, that. Thank you. కొద్దిసేపు ఇదే ఉంటాను ఓకేనా ఇది అది ఆఫ్ చేసేస్తావు అయితే ఇది ఆఫ్ చేస్తే ఇది ఆన్ చేస్తే సరిపోతుంది యా గుడ్ ఇది ఆఫ్ చేస్తే ఈ సౌండ్ ఓకే సో నౌ విల్ బి హ్యావింగ్ on the topic of temple and technology, and it is nothing but reconnecting architecture, engineering and technology through IKS. I think there's a lot of resound. Can I remove color?
I'll remove caller mic, I'll manage this. There's a lot of resound, isn't it? Thesis. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Now, all of us have to know, first of all, why we should listen to any talk on IKS. The basic 6 aspects are, first of all, we'll be knowing what is IKS, why it is relevant today, what one can learn from IKS, what is the importance of IKS in education, and how do we teach IKS to the modern generation, which is, a chief guest was also mentioning, it's a little difficult nowadays for the modern generation, how it will help to the students, in addition to that, nation and the world. The definition goes like this. There are 3 terms in this word IKS, Indian knowledge systems. When I say Indian, it is not the present geographical area. It has undivided subcontinents with common culture, whatever we had, literacy, social practice, and which were under single umbrella. This word knowledge, it's not a new thing for any one of us. Maybe for the past 20 years to the students, maybe for the past 45 to 50 years to me, it is some knowledge, what is called in terms of personal experiences or by observations and analysis. And when we think of this system, many times we will be hearing this system. I'll be saying that this is my laptop system, desktop system, mobile system. It is a word generally we go for anything structured scheme to access the knowledge. Whether it is NIT Warangal, MRECE, we will be having a system of functioning. And it has these Vedas, which are nothing but the other word of knowledge, has vast repository of knowledge. Of course, the basic contents of this talk are introduction and foundational concepts of IKS, and mainly because we all are either engineers or students of technology or science, we need to know what is the relevance of science, engineering and technology in IKS. Along with it, all of us are human beings. We need to have certain aspects, how the humanities, health and wellness, psychology through IKS can be known. So the basic definition, friends, is it's a term used to refer to the intellectual and philosophical traditions of India, which have a long and rich history dating back to ancient times. Please remember, this is not at the present time, they are ancient times. When we say ancient times, the history goes like this. We are going even to 3000 BCE. So when generally we say BCE, AD, something like that, this is one way of saying. The other way is BCE and CE, wherein we will be going before the birth of Jesus Christ as BCE, before the common era, and CE, common era. Mind you guys, we will be going towards approximately 3000 years of whatever knowledge we had at the time. And we will be seeing the history of Indian literature is 500 BC before, and before 3000 BC, there were no notebooks, no textbooks. Just now when we are coming in the corridor, we could see Guru Sishya Parampara, wherein the teacher will be reciting, saying and giving the knowledge to the students without any noting down. People used to hear, remember and contemplate whatever they have heard. They are generally called as Ekasantagrahis because their concentration used to be very, very high. Never ever they will be having a tinge of any diversion of their mind towards any other aspect in the class. That is the kind of knowledge we had. And it is to be oral repository of Vedas, Puranas and Itihasas, and only we have from 500 to 3000 we have recorded human history, and in among them 500 to 1800 CE we have strong foundations in terms of literature, whatever we have. What is the legacy of it? And what are the historical context? And mind you, this we should be grateful that India used to have a contribution of 1/4 approximately to the world's GDP. We used to contribute that much. Therefore, we were attracting so many people, whether it is Mauryans, during this period, lot of invaders used to come. Ancient India was the knowledge power with, like advanced culture, trade, craftsmanship, and of course, governance. And what to speak of what knowledge we had. If you just think of our Google, Nalanda University and Takshashila, what to speak of their remarkable structural system they had. Of course, it is 24 square kilometers, maybe MRCE maybe 20 acres, NIT Warangal maybe 200 acres, IIT Kharagpur 1200 acres. But this university used to go for 24 square kilometers, my friends. And there used to be faculty of 2000. At the most, NIT Warangal has around 400 faculty members. But right now, at that time, they used to have 2000 faculty members, 300 lecture halls, 10,000 students, and 90 lakh books. And there used to be students from different countries. Of course, the history says when the invaders tried to burn the library of Nalanda, I don't know how many of you know, it went on burning for 6 continuous months. 6 into 30, 180 days continuously it is burning. We generally celebrate Bogi in the month of January. When you go for a fire, maybe you want to discard all your books of BTech. At the most, they may go for 1 hour, 2 hours. But 6 months continuously, if they are burning, you just think of the quantum of knowledge we had. Of course, it was destroyed, but nevertheless, we had some still remaining knowledge with us. And this India's property or prosperity attracted the traders and of course invaders, and the material what was plundered. There used to be trucks of loads of gold, diamonds, everything was taken to different countries. But we are left with intellectual heritage was surviving. And what are they? Just examples. This wood's steel. There is a lot of pioneering work in this. It is unmatched metallurgical innovation. The pillar we have in Delhi, that is iron pillar, it is 1600 year old, but there is no trace of any rust. And what to speak of the turmeric and neem products? They are globally recognized in India. Knowledge. As I said, on Tuesday, I fell on the road. I was unable to get up. There was a lot of scratches on my hand. Immediately to and into house, and she brought turmeric, pasupu. Yes, sir, it is antibiotic, sir. So we had that type of our grandmothers. When we had chicken pox in my childhood, my grandmother given only Vyapa Akulante. That is the only medicine we had. Never we had thought of antibiotics and all those things. That is the kind of medicines we had at that time. They are of Indian knowledge. Then question comes for especially for the young students. Why study this IKS? It offers holistic, sustainable approach to life. Life is very, very important. Don't think that it is just a matter of few years. No, how you live is very important. Living beings, non-living beings, they are totally different. We have something called consciousness, wherein we can think wisely, we may think badly also. Of course, all the 84 lakh species, whatever we have, either human beings, animals, insects, aquatics, birds, everyone will be having consciousness. But human beings are very, very different in terms of their intelligence. We may not only think of only eating, sleeping, mating and defending. No, we want to do something else. That is what we go for, holistic life. It revives Indians' intellectual wealth and demonstrates Indian way to the world. Prevent misappropriation of heritage, as I already mentioned. It builds cultural identity, emotional well-being, and environmental responsibility. It fosters the interdisciplinary research, of course, along with integration into main education. This is one of the great pioneering scientists we generally hear. He says we owe a lot to the Indians who taught us how to count. We are the people who have given remarkable mathematics in the afternoon. But I'll just throw a light on this. Okay, without which no worthwhile scientific discovery would have been ever made. What is knowledge? This is very important for us. It's a state of knowing about a particular fact or situation, and of course, along with familiarity with individuals and situations, are a practical skill. When I say particular fact, yes, there are some facts like good is good, bad is bad. Especially for youngsters, we want to try so many things. As a student of REC Warangal, I am a product of REC Warangal. When we are students, we are prone for certain things, what are good habits or bad habits. When we think of attempting any bad element, whether it is a smoking, alcohol or anything, we should think consciously whether this will help me or destroy me. Because It's not an exaggeration. As a SAC president of NIT Warangal, we met the collector, police commissioner because of very, very horrible situation of usage of drugs in the institutes. It's not a, I can say good example, but it's a fact that there is lot of people who are getting addicted to this horrible way of lifestyle by going for drugs. When they are attempting, they're unable to understand whether it is a good thing or bad thing. As a mature person, maturity comes in your mind, not because of your age. So you should be able to know whether it is good or bad. So it's something like that. Knowledge systems, we have arts and this, and we used to have this Konark, a single rock they have made like this. And what to speak of irrigation systems we had, and we had lot of games. The snake and ladder is only a part of the game what we had previously. Similarly, we had lot of games, lot of martial arts. We could see in the posters also. In Kerala, we had such arts like this. And what about Rajaniti we had? What type of good principles we had for that? And we had yoga and meditation, which is very important in life. To have a peace and happy life. These two things, take it granted, my young friends, you cannot purchase them anywhere. Either it is a DMart or Reliance or anywhere you go, you can't purchase them. Although you may be a very wealthy person, they have to be acquired. It depends on your mentality. So, yoga and meditation will help us. And what about rangolis we had? And of course, this we already discussed. Yeah, just generally IKS corpus goes like this, basically two divisions, literary component of non-literary. And in the literary component, we have Sanatana Dharma, which is existing eternally for the past any years you take, whether it is Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, it is going on coming like that. And Sanatana Dharma and other dharmic things and regional. In Sanatana Dharma, we have core, that is Vidyasanas and works of several religious leaders and philosophers. And in other category, we had basic and applied sciences, engineering, technology, architecture, aesthetics, kavyas, arts, health, wellness and psychology, public administration, and very importantly, there used to be code of living. How you have to live. I'm from such a village background. Till 7th class, there is no electricity in my village. We used to go for kerosene lamps. Through that only we used to read. And surprisingly, I used to like my grandfather because every day at 7 o'clock he'll come. 7 o'clock is rest time for us. And he used to wake up 4 or 3:30. By the first ray of the sun, he is ready to greet the sun with a Surya Namaskar. They used to complete all toilet and bath and everything with the tilak and vibhuti, and they are ready. That is the kind of lifestyle. Why I am telling this one is, all other living creatures you see, they will be following certain systematic life. Morning to sun, they will work like anything. Totally night, it is a total rest for us. When you are near to the nature, take it granted, you will be the happiest person. If you are going away from the natural things, you will have a lot of other issues. So there is a code of living also. And of course, we had Buddhist religion, Jain coming. And regionally, just like we have wealth of regions and religious and other literary in all major Indian languages. And of course, in non-literary, we have oral traditions. Like, it can be art forms, health, food for life practices, and folklore. This is the basic tree. Of course, Ashok Garu was showing me the tree, what the students have also gone for. This is similar to that. It is generally these Vedas are coming from rishis. Of course, they are compiled by Vyasadeva. There are so many Vedas we have. Basically, we have 4, Rigveda, Ajurveda, Atharvaveda, something like that. These are the things, yeah. When we say Arthaveda, it is nothing but administration and statesmanship. Chanakya, he has given such a wonderful basic concepts of this type of leadership. And Ayurveda, still, it is wonderful. My wife is a MD. She has gone for allopathy. My daughter is also 5th year of MBBS in Karimnagar. Although we have towards allopathy, but my wife many times mentions, don't go for it. You take Ayurvedic medicines. It is very useful because there are no side effects for this. When you are going for allopathy, we had lot of issues. We may be going for one thing, there are so many adverse effects which are coming. So that is coming by medicine, Gandharva Veda, and what about music and art, what we have seen just now, and Sthapatiya Veda, what we will be seeing now in terms of architecture. And Chief Guest was also mentioning about indigenous knowledge. It is a body of observations, oral and written knowledge, innovations, practices and beliefs developed by people living in a particular area through interaction and experience with the environment. Of course, we had traditional knowledge, which is most often it is traditional knowledge, and Indians are generally use it synonymously. But only thing is, traditional knowledge is the accumulation of knowledge that has transferred and transformed from generation to generation. This is called culture. I was in University of Texas at Arlington for my research program. Friends, we may be thinking a lot about US. Yes, they have wonderful facilities of stay, roads, buildings, everything. But they don't have a proper culture. We are so great Indians, we had culture coming from our ancestors. We believe some dharma. It is nothing but code of living. It is not maybe religion, something. It is just like dharma says about code of living. And he is one of the professor from IIT Guwahati. I met him in one of the international conferences. He is doing a lot of work on astronomy, on Jyotisha. He is going for, of course, there is a wonderful conference, international conference in Tirupati in December, where he is the chairman. I am one of the coordinators. He has done a lot of work on astronomy. He is a basically civil engineering professor. But he got so much of motivated and interest in IKS, he is doing a lot of work. There are some 6 to 7 PhD scholars working under him on Vedanta and Jyotisha. And Manu Samrita says of public administration, Natya Shastra, art forms, and there is a lot of philosophy from Buddhist texts, and of course, lot of good and important to be known as Charaka Samhita also. And what are the discoveries and inventions in the Vedas? Just now when we are coming, we are seeing so many Maharshis. Maharshis are not just nothing but they'll be going to Himalayas and doing some. In addition to that, there are a lot of discoveries and inventions by the people, especially in India. Just like Bharadwaj, he is the first scientist of the world. What are the three things, main things he has gone for? He said that he produced fire by friction. It is being given in Ajurveda. And he produced tidal energy from the waters, which all of us are dire necessity. Lot of big dams. I don't know how many of you see Nagarjuna Sagar, Sri Salem. Wonderful dams wherein they are storing so much of water and producing electricity with which we are living comfortably. And it is being given in Rig Veda. And importantly, the oil sources, he said, oil can be produced and natural gas from the inner earth and ocean through excavation. This is not our finding. This is our ancestors have governed this already. That is given in Ajurveda also. And another important thing is Arjun was mentioning during his talk, and there is a lot of information on aircrafts. Okay, there is a magazine or journal that is coming, and it is in the edition of 1923, that is Vedic magazine, Gurukul Samachar. It used to come from Lahore, Aircraft in Ancient India, which is written by Thate, and it is also reprinted in the Shilpa Sanskar in 1955. The article mostly deals with information of Agastya Samhita, Agastya Muni. Maharshi Agastya has mentioned some interesting aspects about the architects, and he is the person from IISc Bangalore. He's a very good friend of me. He worked for NIT Warangal for some time. Presently, he is principal research scientist in IISc Bangalore. He is doing on olden aircraft system, whatever old we had. And of course, he is also interested in some just like astronomy, which has already been done by Aryabhatta and Mahamata. He's done a lot of work on architecture along with Manasara. And of course, there is a lot of information on Ganita Sara Sangraha by in terms of mathematics. And these are different kinds of vimanas we had at that time, where they are almost resembling the shape in the modern things. This is NASA ones, and these are the old ones. They are almost of the same shape. And we had different types of vimanas. I think many of us might have seen in movies at least. There is a vimana called Pushpaka Viman. There is no petrol required. There is no nothing, They will fly on their own. And just like, in the video, even chief guest was mentioned, it's really wonderful. And when they said that Arjuna was going for a bow and arrow, it goes to just like 10 arrows, something like that. I don't know how many of you played in your childhood with bow and arrow. Anybody played? Oh, many of you, thank you. They're all in the same platform. Whenever we go for a bow and arrow, we'll be having a stick and we'll try to aim something. When we throw a wooden stick or an iron bar, it may be going to some place and it will be falling off. But in the olden times, they used to make this one bana a very, very great, like in a missile, which will go to any distance and pierce through the people. And before that, they used to recite a mantra. Please remember, it is not the power of the arrow you are throwing. It is the power of mantra. Whether that iron stick, iron bar, iron piece will be like a snake, fire or water or whatever it is, that will be achieved by the mantra you recite. Whether it is Arjuna, Ekalavya, Karna, whenever, whatever they are using, they were using, they used to recite that mantra. That is very important. So, like that, they used to have Pushpak Viman also, which used to have a lot of inside power in that. And as I said here, yeah, there used to be lot of models what we had for this Pushpak Viman. And now, being graduates of engineering and technology, we have to know about what is the science and engineering technology, what we can understand from this IKS. And all of us know about ancient India, especially Indus Valley civilization. It used to be so wonderful. They used to have all proper means of living. I don't know how many of you know, in India, there is a special city called Chandigarh. How many of you heard this city? Does anyone know what is the speciality of it by chance? Any of you? What is the speciality of Chandigarh? Any one person? Yeah, it's a planned city. Wonderful. Can I have a water bottle? It's a very planned city. Do you think that Hyderabad is not a planned city? Warangal is not a planned city? But out of all the wonderful cities, even among metros, we say Chandigarh as planned city. Okay, friends, somehow after joining as a faculty member of REC Warangal, we had a lot of opportunity to visit different places to represent NIT Warangal and REC Warangal in terms of conferences and something like that. Once we had been to Chandigarh, in the evening we were roaming on the streets, all the faculty members, then we could see one wonderful caption. We were surprised. It was done by one retired army general. Man shall build the city so that the city shall build his own sons. So that the city shall build his own sons. I was really surprised to see this. I'm unable to understand in the initial terms. How the city shall build my kids. Isn't it? I am making them to grow. How the city shall make my kids to grow. This is 100% correct, because as parents, many of us, I have two kids. One is a girl and then boy. When they are till teenage, there is no problem. Amma, Nana, they will be very kind, loving. They will be with our back only. But once they come to this age, they will avoid parents. They will get a lot of different thoughts. And they will be arguing also with parents. And they think that why these bad creatures are there. I'm sorry, this is the fact. Now, why this change is happening? Because of the friends they have. After teenage, whatever we tell them, it is just going above from here to here. They don't take it as a correct one at all. But if they have good friends, birds of same feather flock together. If by chance, by your luck, your son or daughter is with company of a good people, surely he or she will become a good person. I don't say that good person means with good academics. No, need not be. With a good character, good living style, good behavior, he is the good person. I was the head of CCPD in NIT Warangal. It's training and placement cell. When I asked some of my students, hey, what type of job you want? Good job. What is a good job? High paid job is a good job. I used to laugh at them. It is not a correct thing. Don't think that high paid jobs are good jobs. As a REC Warangal student, the first job I got it is EAL, Engineers India Limited. But somehow I was inclined to become a teacher. And I had a second option of roads and building in through APPSC. I had a good fight with my father because he is working in irrigation. My elder brother is working in Panchayat Raj. And they said that go for wonderful roads and building. Lot of kamai hota hai na. So they had said that, but somehow I had a passion. My grandfather was a teacher. Somehow I like my teacher because I have seen great gurus in REC Warangal. I really respect them, although they are not in this world. I learned so many things from them. They have given a great interest for me to be a faculty member. That's why I'm here. So why I'm telling this one is, friends, in the society, if bad elements are more, naturally we also will prone for that. I don't know how many of you, we are Andhras, at least Telugu people, we take a lot of rice items generally. So whenever you are eating rice, by chance, among 100 morsels you had, 100 particles of rice, you have one stone, one rai, chinna rai. So when you are eating, you'll be comfortable? No, we'll throw it like anything. Same is the case in the society. One bad element in the society may harm entire society. I have seen many families who come for counseling because of one bad person in the house. The house atmosphere changes like anything. So friends, please remember the society is very important. So the Chandigarh is such a planned city. He has gone for such a planning. They have gone for a lot of sectors. Each sector has some accommodation for the residents, some shopping complexes, some automobile. So every sector has totally full. That is the called planned city. Why I'm telling this one is, in the Vedic civilization itself, we had Indus Valley system where such type of system was there. Lot of efforts in terms of water pipelines, sewerage systems, everything used to be there at that time. That is our great ancient India. Of course, we'll discuss something about science, engineering and technology. I think all of you might have seen, I think you can guess. Can anyone say anything about this figure? By chance, any student? It is the discovery of gravity. It's not done in any science laboratory, physics laboratory, civil engineering laboratory, computer science laboratory. No atomic laboratory. He was just sitting under a tree. An apple fell down. If any one of us there by chance at that time, or by today, let us suppose, what we might have thought of at the maths? Yeah, madam was, what do you think of? So I don't know, at least Hare Krishna might have thought of, आज के लिए 20 रुपए बच गए, बस इतना ही सोचते हैं हम. I never may be thinking in terms of why this is coming down. No, but this great personality. Of course, there is a lot of way back literature which I will present about gravity by Indian scientists. But this person on that day thought that why this is coming down, why it is not going up. Then he thought, okay, Earth may be having gravity. That small thought which is there in the nature, it is science. And it has given lot of equations. The civil engineers or any engineering person is using that one. Even in the case of aeronautical engineering. And the application is nothing but engineering. Application of scientific principle is nothing but engineering. And technology, which is nothing but advanced version of engineering, wherein we'll give some techniques, tools to solve any issues. When I think of saying the greatness of this tool, nowadays without this no one can exist. We may not be thinking of what type of dress we had, what type of food we had, but what type of instrument you have. That is very important. My son says, why Papa you are using this old 4-year-old mobile? You say 4-year-old, but I feel it is working, I am using it. But this has become very important because technology has improved like anything. In my childhood, at least when I am a student of REC Warangal, when my grandfather expired, the news reached me after 36 hours. I don't know my grandfather passed away also. But now, within few seconds, you are getting the information. That is the advantage of technology. So we have improved a lot of. That's why we are not going for Bachelor of Engineering nowadays. All of us want to have Bachelor of Technology. Only some institutes like Anna University, Annamalai, they are still going for it. But generally, we go for this technology. Yeah. Now we will go one by one. We will go for scientific heritage first, wherein we had a lot of mathematics. Of course, I don't cover this. My young friend is there. And physics and astronomy. And there is a lot of information on discovery of zero and even numerical system and algorithms of pi. And he is a great pioneer mathematician, Aryabhatta. He has defined a lot of mathematical astronomy. He has given a lot of efforts to global planetary systems and of course the pi value. Pingala, and he has given Chandasa Shastra, wherein he has gone for binary digit mathematics. And as I told you, there is lot of sutras that are there about Vaishishika sutras. There are a lot of principles in 10 chapters. As I said, gravity, they have mentioned about gravity way back when we are having this, the Vedas also. Okay, on distinction, an object falls down due to its own mass. Guru Tattva, Gurutva bolte hai na? So that is already been mentioned in our Vedas. And what to speak of atomic theory, gravitational force, and whatever gunas and attributes we had, they have been already covered in this wonderful literature of our Vedas. And there are some informations on atomic theory, and so there are some sutras like this, definition of atom, structure of atom, which were already given in our ancestral literature. That is what we have to recognize. And just to have touch upon this mathematics, this is Indian subcontinent has a rich and extensive history of mathematical development dating back to 5,000 years. And what are the great contributions we had? It is zero, advanced in geometry and arithmetic, binary mathematics, algebra, negative numbers, trigonometry, of course, along with calculus. And this wonderful figure, I don't know how many of you know the importance of it. This is so important. It makes a number very, very valuable or useless. If I go on keeping zeros after any number 1 to 9, the value, philosophical, geometrical progression, agree with me? So 1 0, 10, 2 zeros, 100, 3 zeros. Arey, 7 zeros, crorepati hai na? So we'll be so happy. Zero as such doesn't have a value. But when it is connected to any number, it will give lot of value. Just like all living entities, as I mentioned you, all the living entities will be going with some mass, whether it is animals, aquatics, birds, insects. But when that Jivatma is there, we call soul, the body can function. Otherwise, this body is useless. This cannot stand, that cannot sit, they cannot see, nothing can happen. That is the called Atma. Just like that, zero is so important. Of course, Sar will cover. Yeah, now we'll go to astronomy. I think Dr. Arjun is very much interested in this astronomy. He has given a lot of information also. There is one of my good friend who is doing a PhD in IIT Mandi. He has written, he is a basic product of IISc Bangalore, gold medalist from IISc Bangalore. He is doing PhD in IIT Mandi in IKS. Friends, IIT Mandi is very special nowadays. There are more than 100 applications for PhD program in IKS. They have such a huge laboratories, big facilities for IKS. So there is a lot of astronomical observations that are being observed. How the elliptical way of moving the planets that are also given. Long before, as was mentioned by previous people, maybe Copernicus, Kepler, the Vedas has given sun as the center of solar system and planets following our elliptical orbit. This already been given. Why our people, ancestors, our rishis and munis. There are some spiritual references. In Rigveda, it is mentioned that Ashwa Suprano Amruto Putro Antah Pratamatru Sakrat Prativagya Suryam Devam Charsani Radete Jnanam Vishnum Manye Harite Istate Dasa. It says, it describes as Surya, that is sun, as the Suparna, that is excellent mover, and states that earth and other with all other living things revolves around the suns. This is a clear indication of a holistic understanding. The 10 horses that Surya has are often interpreted as the planets or grahas orbiting the sun. There is another thing, Aiteya Brahmana. It says that the sun never sets or rises. All of us know now, no, it is not that sun is going Dubraya, nahi hai. He is just revolving. So that has been explained here in our ancestral literature. The sun never sets or rises. When people think the sun is setting, it is not so. It is only that after reaching the end of the day, it makes itself produce two opposite effects, making night to what is below and day what is on the other side. This shows a clear understanding of the sun's relative position and Earth's spherical nature. This is being given in our literatures. Other important thing, the distance between sun and earth. This is also given in Hanuman Chalisa, wherein it is said that Yuga Sahasra Yojana Parabhanu Lilo Tahi Madhura Phala Janu. It says that they have gone for some calculation. Even right now, if you calculate whatever the equation they have given, you will be getting that the distance is something like 153.6 million kilometers. Friends, with the modern calculations, we are almost near to that. The average modern science distance is also almost equal. That is the greatness of our Vedas. That is given in Hanuman Chalisa. And there is another scripture called Surya Siddhanta, which says about these things. It says about diameter of the sun is 108 times of earth diameter. And modern values, these are the values. You can Google also, you will get these things. And exactly, you will be getting almost 108. You see, friends, they don't have any telescopes, cameras, nothing. How they had that vision? Please conceptualize how great their minds are, how they are good in mathematics, how they are able to calculate such a wonderful finite distances. It is not the distance between Warangal and Hyderabad. It is distance between earth and sun, which is very difficult. They could make it. That is given in Surya Siddhanta also. And of course, the distance between earth and sun we discussed. And okay, I don't know why I repeated this. Okay. And this number is also 108 is very, very important. It is a dharmic cosmology. There is a lot of significance, it says. And in addition to, it is not that we say to our students, blindly follow this. No, there is a scientific proof of all of this. And the astronomical and mathematical basis about this great number 108 is the average distance, that is, as I have already told, it is 108 times the sun's diameter, and the distance between earth and moon is also 108 times of moon's diameter. And 0 and 1, as all of you know, in computer science we use these two binary values to represent anything. Similarly, in cosmology also we represent, as I mentioned, 1 represents the supreme conscious, that is Brahman, 0 represent the Prakriti, just like Jivas like us, and 108, that is represents ultimate manifestation of universe from union. This equation shows convergence of the first 3 natural numbers representing fundamental forces of creation. Of course, even there will be some saints, they will be doing some japa on their beads, either tulsi beads, normal beads, they will be having 108, they will be going for some mantra. And for your information, there is a lot of importance for mantra. Manas iti trayate mantraha. A mantra is the one which will control our mind. I don't know how many of you try to control your mind. Anyone try to control here? Are you able to successful? ये दिल तो पागल है, दिल दीवाना है. Yes. At certain age, we go to such a horrible mind. एक सोचता है, वही is correct समझता है. Whether it is correct or not, they will not believe at all. And మనసంతా నువ్వే ఎన్ని రోజులయ్యా చెప్తారు. ఆ మనసులో ఏం పెట్టుకోవాలో తెలియట్లేదు మనం. చెత్తా చెదారు అన్ని పెట్టుకుంటున్నాం అక్కడ మనం. So this mind is very important. To control that mind, this mantra will help. I don't know how many of you visited wonderful places, whether it is Yadagiri Gutta, Tirumala. There is, when you reach that place, the aroma, the kind of atmosphere there, it's something different. People may be saying, no traffic, no sound. Forget about all these things. The kind of consciousness at that time, at that place, that is a spiritually charged places, wherein you will get some spirituality. Spirituality is very important. So just like this, it represents a journey of the jiva that is sold through various stages to realize the ultimate truth. It is also said that there are 108 Upanishads and philosophy that are the texts that are given to reveal the ultimate knowledge. Yoga and whatever you say, there is 108 marma points. Just now we have seen there are some posters. I think MRCE is progressing very nicely in IKS department. We should appreciate. They are on level with NIT Warangal or IIT Mandi. They are doing good amount of efforts in this direction. So in pranayama also, if one can be so steady to have 108 breaths in a day instead of average 21, they attain a stage of deep meditation. Okay. Yeah, this is another great information for all of us. Whenever you take, these are the modern values of whatever distances and all these things. These are the ancestral values. As you can see, how many days it requires for a planet to move around the sun. You see, Earth will take 365. And moon it is taking, so almost near to whatever the modern values. Aryabhatta has done these calculations way back in thousands of years back. That is the greatness of our great ancestors. And we'll go for another aspect, cognitive science and psychology. This is very important nowadays. India explored the mind centuries before modern psychology was born. There is a lot of studies on manas, that is mind, chitta, the consciousness, the self, that is Atman. These are the 3 very important things. Any human being, if you think so, you have to think of how to control your mind, what should be your consciousness, what myself needs, what my Atma needs. They are the three basic things. Of course, there is to be lot of meditation, mantra chanting. There is lot of importance on Om. Even recently there is a video, whether it is AI1 or not, they say that even sun, I don't know how many of you seen, when it is giving lot of heat, there is a sound called Om. Even in the mornings, just sit for 5-10 minutes, chant this wonderful word, Om. You'll be getting lot of peace. So this Om, bonding and culture and cognitive. Of course, a lot of information that you can prove it through EEG, ECG, HRV studies, and you can validate these practices by brain mapping, neuroplasticity, and cognitive modeling. There is a lot of efforts. I'll just present some of them. Human brain mapping and sonic traditions, neurocognitive impact of Indian music, chanting, and meditation. Yeah, this is a wonderful project which is being carried out at IIT Mandi. He's a PhD student. He is the director of IIT Mandi. He is the supervisor of this student who have produced good publications on the influence of good and bad music. Whether we talk in terms of rock music or Indian classic music, there is a lot of difference. One is called good, the other one is called bad. Even Japan scientists have done a lot of investigations on the kind of sound you produce in terms of water crystals, what will form. If at all you go for nice music, the kind of crystal H2O that forms in the water is different when you compare with a bad sound. So they have done how our brain thinks. They have gone for a lot of advanced neurological observations by attaching with them, and they have a lot of studies on research on why listening sad music helps in sadness. That kind of studies they have published also. And what to speak of the art and sculptures we had in our. This is a wonderful art, almost like, it looks like a photograph, but it's the kind of life they could get in epic Indian art. What all this? Yeah, this is a wonderful silpi, stapati, whatever we call. This is just like a female girl having a parda in the on her face, but it's made of stone. You see the greatness of the sculpture. It is made with one stone, and with the same stone they had made this greatness of us. And I don't know whether I'll be able to play this. This is a stone, but in that one they could make a hand and a bangle also. There is a ball. This is a single stone, but they made it. They could make a chain. 360 degrees. None of the pillars either in REC or native Warangal or MRCE can move like this. See the kind of ornaments they have used to decorate the animals also. The gold price is very high. I think madams will agree. It's beyond the capacity of the middle class females. But at that time they have ornaments, whether it is silver or gold, they decorated the entire body, and they have gone for so much of wonderful carvings on this wonderful sculpture. Very heavy, not for 1 or 2 people, only with so many. Say this pillar is moving 360 degrees. That's the greatness we had. See, this pillar is not resting on the ground. It is floating column. L&T also have done such columns, of course, later. And this is how we have locking systems. So we had such a wonderful, this is in the case of Ramappa temple, wherein we can insert a thread or a small stick, through the inside portions of this. And what to speak of the kind of, generally when a female dances, there will be movement of the body. There will be some bendings, they have gone for such type of curves in the body, the way they dance during their dance. whether it is Nagini sculpture, Alasakanya and Madina sculpture, like that they had. And just now we have seen there are so many classical dances, Bharatanatyam, Kathak, Odissi. There is a poster which is depicting Indian great dances, and we had good instruments of music also, like this, whether it is tabla, veena, all these things. And what to speak of literature we had. We should be so grateful whenever anybody reads, hears. It's a great sacrifice in the scriptures. Who can go to forest just because of I have a brother? Lakshmana, why he has gone with Rama? Okay, we can say that Indian wives are, of course, now also many of them are good. They're totally dedicated to the husband. Okay, Sita might have been thinking, why the hell Lakshmana has to go? No, he need not. But he says that I have to serve my brother. And Rama also, okay, he has given a word to his father. He need not obey that one. How many of you are obeying our word to the parents? I don't know about you. Okay, we forget Papa. No, but he has said that I'll go to, because he have given a word. So such type of lot of sacrifices we can hear, and how we have to be bonded and binded to the family. That is a very important. It is not like use and throw philosophy. I was born to my parents without my knowledge, but they have given me such a wonderful life. I am now because of them. After getting my wings, I should not forget them. How many of us are calling our parents at least once in a day, once in a week? I am busy, Papa, after 1 month, 1 year. No, it is a custom. It is a mandatory. It is your duty to call them and inquire. Just give a hug to them whenever you meet them. You may be having grandparents. Make a just kiddie. Play with them. That will look wonderful. So that type of knowledge we had. Even Mahabharata, this is how to share among the brothers. And there is a lot of literature, Vedas, that also there. And Vastu Shastra, this is it is not a blind philosophy. Being a civil engineer, when I am constructing my own house also, we followed this and it works. There are certain things like where the Agni has to be, where kitchen has to be, it has to be southeast. There is a principle. A sun will be coming in the morning with the D vitamin, and when it comes to your kitchen, all the bad things, whatever small bad things, that will be not there. Why to have your master bedroom in southwest? Because there is a good wind that is coming in the night. You need not have ACs. It's an artificial this one, but such type of principles are there in this Vastu. And what about Jyotisha also? There is a lot of information on this. Good amount of work is going on this. Yeah, he is a professor from IIT Kharagpur. There is a wonderful IKSL in IIT Kharagpur. I could visit that one. He has done lot of work on Sanskrit. How it is wonderful in even ruling basic algorithms. And he has said the computer scientist unveiling Sanskrit literature through artificial. Maybe our chief guest was the wonderful person to say more about this. And what to speak of metallurgy engineering? As I mentioned, there used to be such type of metal which is non-resistant, non-rusting. Even for 1600 years it is there. Still it is alive. And at that time itself, even with the Rama portrait, they used to make metal coins. Even right now we have some coins. At that time also they used to make like this. Now we'll go to my topic now. Okay, that is temples. And it is not I'm going for one religion, but I have taken this topic because we had in Warangal, Kakatiya dynasty, we had wonderful temples. That's why I'm taking this topic. Hindu temples generally incorporate science, art and religion in their design and construction. The temples are built using some mathematical, astronomical and engineering. It is not just like that they have been constructed. And where they were generally located, in places of high levels of positive energy from the exerting, magnetic and electric field. Generally, you see, many of the good temples, whether Yadagiri Gutta, Tirumala, the Lord will be staying on hill. Many times we will be saying, when we are going to the steps, there is something, there is some important thing, that is positive energy is there. The temple's orientation also, it will give a lot of cardinal directions and sun's movement. We follow certain principles, of course, just to highlight it, we go for this type of northwest, northeast. There is some principle where everything has to be, and there are Panchabhutas arrangement, wherein you have to go for that arrangement. And There is a wonderful sloka in Bhagavad Gita also. Bhumirapo nalo vayu kham mano buddhi revacha ahankara iti amye bhinna prakriti astada. So we have a lot of energy points, and it's even temple construction. Philosophically, they will be aligning with type of points. Wherever you want to get recharged, we need to have such type of visit. And this is general plan they used to follow at that time. There used to be some Garbhagruha and some Mantapa will be there, and there will be circumambulating, that is Pradakshina Pada, we say, like that generally they used to have. There is a good architecture used to be there, and there used to be symmetrical shape which creates equilibrium and maintains force towards the center, and the design of temples manipulates sound waves that are very important, which will amplify the chanting. Whenever you go for a mantra, that will be having lot of effect on her. There are lot of use of copper plates which absorb the earth magnetic wave and radiate them outwards. The general shape of a temple in the olden, at least South Indian temples like this, it used to be. And these are the cases of some wonderful temples we had, whether it is Kerala, or North, or Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh, or Orissa. And these are some of the marvelous pieces of temple constructions we had. Very, very old structures which are still live today. What to speak of the architecture, which is my area of interest. The Indian architecture was more than construction. It was a sustainable science in stone. Recently, we have conducted one course on sustainability in sustainable engineering, where we have invited AICTE chairman, Professor Sitaram, to be the chief guest. We are so grateful. He was a very busy person. He is professor of IIC Bangalore. Of course, he was the previous director of IIT Guwahati. And he was the chief guest. He was mentioning about sustainability. Even the talk right now, the course is also sustainable. It is very important. Nowadays, we are not even any importance to sustainability. It is not that I just leave and go. What I am leaving for my kids, my young people who are going to come, what type of environment they have, what type of nature they have, what type of elements they are going to have, that is important. So sustainability is very important. They have gone for sustainable science in stone. They have integrated civil, mechanical, aesthetics, and sustainability. And this is one of the temples in which was constructed in 1010, Brihadeshwara temple. It is 216 feet Vimana that is there. And the crown, I think I have another figure. Yeah, this is the crown, and the weight is 80 tons. Friends, 1000 years back, they don't have any cranes. They don't have any JCBs. They don't have any mechanical means of lifting it. How to lift 80 tons of weight of stone by a distance of 200 feet? Remarkable engineering. They had wonderful technology also. And totally they have gone for 60,000 tons of granite that is used. Okay, that is greatness. This is another thing in Maharashtra. I think many of you might have seen this, Ellora temples. It is not that they have came from bottom to top. They came from top to bottom. They have taken a hill. You see the kind of technique they had, from top to bottom they had, and they carved it in a single rock. Now, I'll concise my talk to Kakatiya dynasty, where from I am coming, Warangal. Warangal used to be called as Orugallu, which used to be the capital of Kakatiya kings. They ruled this place from 11th to 14th century, and they have constructed many magnificent temples in a special and unique style that's called Kakatiya architecture. This is one thing which you will be finding at many places. Even NIT Warangal, the main entrance is made by this command. This is a great thing. One stone they will be having such type of architecture, this Kakatiya arch. And this is the one technique they used to go for the roofs called corbelling technique, wherein it's a square opening, it's a square stone, and they will be keeping one after that, like that, 4 or 5 layers, and the last layer, 5th layer, they will be closing the roof. That is called corbelling technique. That is how they used to go for roofing of it. This is a wonderful temple, Ramappa temple. I don't know how many of you are puzzled by seeing this name. As a REC Warangal student in 1990, when I have gone for my PG program, when we visited this temple, I thought, why it is not Rama temple, Krishna temple, Vigneshwara temple, Durga temple? It is Ramappa temple. I thought it's something related to Rama, but then I came to know this is the name of the person who has planned, made this temple, constructed, and executed this. This is Tapati name, our engineer name. This is Ramappa, who has made this wonderful temple, which is still existing after 900 years also. And you want to speak of the kind of material and technique they have used. This one, generally Shiva vehicle is ox, and he will be traveling, and every Shiva temple will be having. But I am so surprised to see the ornaments they had for the ox also, buffaloes also. At the time, they used to be so rich, they would have so much of ornaments. And friends, this is there to atmosphere for about 900 years. The kind of luster, the kind of shining, it has not been lost. Still, that type of shining is there. And this is the lipi that we say that it is being constructed in 1213 by Racharla Rudra Reddy, who is the general Kakatiya ruler of Ganapati Deva. And this is general line diagram. Being a civil engineer, we think of this is the main temple, this is the Sabha Mandapa, and this is Kateshwara, and of course Nandi. And this is, we are so grateful, it was recognized that Telangana is having on the map of UNESCO because it was recognized one of the good temples or heritage site, that is Ramappa temple. And just to give a brief information about the technique they have used as a foundation. Friends, please remember, whenever we are preparing for even IIT, JEE, some common entrance courses, they say foundational courses. Foundation is very important. Whether it is a single story building, 5-story building, 10-story building, foundation is the best important one. And generally what we think of foundation has to be below the ground. And nobody worries also much about it. Is andar hai na, koi nahi dekhta hai. But if that is problematic, this entire building may collapse also. At that time, they have gone for such a technique called sandbox technique. Sand, I don't know how many of you have seen, there are two types of general soils we have. I am a geotech guy who have done PhD on soils only, in clays. We have two types of different soils, just like males and females, we have sands and clays. Sand is a very inert material. If you jump on sand, I don't, many of you in childhood, anyone jumped on sand? We all played on it, isn't it? When we play, when we jump on it, it will easily disperse with angle of repose. But if you confine that one in a bag of sand, you can stand on it. You can even build, you can go for a roof, even that the sticks also keeping on the sand. Even when you want to control the leakage of water from the reservoirs, we keep sandbags. There is the power of sand. They have used that technique. Friends, as you can see here, this is the ground level, and they used to go 2 meters below, 2-3 meters below, and they used to excavate up to 3 meters just like a floor. And on the top also, they used to go for a floor, almost 3 meters. So 6 meters, they used to make a box. These are retaining walls. And on the top of it, they will fill it with dense sand in good denseness, and they used to construct any floor beams and beams or slabs, anything. They are not with bricks. They are with very heavy, strong stones. That type of construction they have gone for. Yeah, this is one of the veteran person, Marco Polo. He is a veteran explorer. He says that Kakatiya Empire, when we visit, this is the brightest star among all the galaxy of temples. Why he said like that? In general, Kakatiya temples never have any gopuram. But this is the only temple in entire Kakatiya ruling period where they had a gopuram. What is the speciality of it? This is the speciality. This has been constructed with a brick which is floating brick. Never ever in our system. Of course, in Ramayana, many times might have mentioned about Ram Setu, wherein when they want to make this brick, they have gone for name of the Lord Ram, and through it they float it. Okay, that is because of the Lord Ram. But here it is actually they have done it. They have gone for such type of material. We had a project, and one of my colleague, classmate, batchmate, he has done good amount of work with this about getting this, but we are not successful 100%. We could success up to 80% because this is general. No, this floats on. This is the kind of brick they have made with a density of 0.8 to 0.9, not even 1, and the porosity is very high, and compressive strength you see 30 to 40 kg per centimeter square. Why I am telling these values, you may be not appreciating as a civil engineer, but you see this is the normal brick, whatever we use in modern constructions. Just you see the figures, 20 to 25, 30 to 40. Even more than the normal bricks. Not only in compression, in tensile also. It is 2 to 2.5, 3 to 4. The density is 2 to 2.2. You see, the kind of material they have used, even till today it is a mystery what they have used. And of course, this is one more important thing. These are the kind of hard stones they have used with a density of 3 and 2.5 with a compressive strength of 2000, 3000. That is the capacity of them, capacity of the stones they have used. And they have gone for cavity wall as a compound wall so that insulation also is taken care. And in recently, I was discussing in the principal chamber with the chief guest. He was mentioning about the damages to the temples. Mind you guys, they are 900 to 1000 year old, and they have faced some of the tremors, seismic pressures, seismic reactions because of earthquakes, small tremors. There are some damages. This is Pradakshinapada damage, and you see the beam. This is the floor beam. Guys, please visualize a 30 centimeter thick granite, 5 meter long, half meter width. Can you be able to break it? It's not a papad. Papadal antam kada. So we can easily break. A pencil we can easily make. Pen we can easily make. Sometimes we will be getting pahalwans. They may be breaking a brick. You give them stone. Ask them to break the stone. Will the stone will break or our hand only will break? But why I am telling this one is, please visualize how much of pressures might have come to break a half meter thick granite rock. That is the kind of forces that have come into picture. And they have, of course, recently some modifications were done. This is the even roof got damaged. And this is the 1000 pillar temple. It is generally flat roof. It's having 1000 pillars in general, and all of them aligned such a way that it looks like a good wall. And this is the Nandi we had. And this is the general line diagram of it. This is the main Kalyanam. This is the main temple. This is the Kalyana Mandapa, and of course, this is the general plan of this. This is the main temple. It is called Trikuta temple, wherein Shiva, Surya, Vishnu used to be there, and this is the entrance of it. This is the Kalyana Mandapa. At that time, they had this vision of making functions. For making functions, we have function halls. For marriage or something like that. They used to have Kalyana Mandapa for that type of function. Just the chief guest was mentioning about the damage. This is the wonderful 1000 pillar temple inside, and this is the Nandi. And this has been constructed in 1162. That is Lipi, whatever history that we had there. Yeah, as I told you in 1990, when as a student I visited this temple, and I was puzzled and to say that how can we reconstruct this? How can we repair this? At that time, I had not any thought of it. This is one view of it. This is another view. Here, my professor M. Panduranga Rao, my guide, Professor Ramanamurthy, and we had made a lot of efforts in making them numbered, all columns, beams, floor beams, everything. And after making this, we totally took them as parts and parts, and we made them stacked at one place called Padmakshama Gutta. These are all the elements from this Kalyana Mandapa, and this is kind of it. And this is the stage. This is the ground level of this Kalyana Mandapa. As you can see here, this is small pits we have made, and we tested the strength of the sand, how it is. Then we surprisingly we came to know that it is in loose condition. From the dense state, it has gone to loose condition, maybe because of some activities in and around the temple, because they have destroyed or disturbed the soil, and there may be some damages to the retaining wall here. So what we have done is we have removed the entire 3 meter thick loose sand. We are arriving at this is a little dense, and we have conducted some civil engineering tests to know the strength of the sand. It's called standard penetration test. He is my guide, Professor Ramanamurthy. And as per just numbers, it's mathematical numbers. You see the strength of the original sand, it is single digit. But after treatment, we have gone for some treatment to this. You see how we could improve. The number is, if it is strong, if it is more number, it is strong. If it is less in number, it is soil is weak. Like that, we made some effort to improve the sand, and we have gone for, these are not normal rollers, we have gone for vibratory rollers, and we could get, we could compact the soil more than 100% of its original densities. That's what kind of compaction we have done. And this is my specific PhD topic of granular piles. We have designed granular piles for the additional base, additional strength criteria for the total foundation, and we have gone for around 310 numbers of granular piles. And this is how we have installed them in the densified sand. Yeah, here is the great pioneer. is my guru when I am a student of REC Varangal, Pravandaranga Rao. He is my PhD guide, Professor Ramanamurthy, myself, and other colleagues. We used to visit and did some good efforts in making this platform. We did some testings also to know the strength of the foundation base, what we had. And after that, we have gone for a blanket, like raft of stones on the top of it, and we have compacted it. And then we have gone for some mortar. We have not used any modern material like cement or something. We have used only old ones like lime concrete only we have gone. Lime mortar we have used. And then, sir, I said I'll show the movie Bahubali 2. Now it is coming. So we have brought all the assembled parts and we stacked them one after the other. Really, it is so horrible. The kind of effort we need to assemble them. To destroy it is easy. Destruction is very easy. Construction is very difficult. Very, very difficult because they are very huge. To align them properly, it was a hectic task. So we could have such a huge one with cranes, and we could make the production pada in the ground floor, and we could make them combined with terms of some cramps so that they will not move further. And then this is the this is a before doing any rectification. This is after rectification. This is how we have constructed the walls also. And layer by layer, we have gone for floor slabs. These are very huge. And then we have filled there's a lot of gaps. And then we have gone for bleached lime mortar to fill the gaps. And this is how we, before removal, after resetting the floor slab, then we have gone for wall constructions. And we have gone for production pada. And this is made with random rubble masonry with stones. And there is some mortar. This mortar is made with jaggery and some lime and some jiguru that comes from trees, Kerala, no, rubber trees and targa. So some type of elements we have used for that, and then we made it a mortar and we have used them, and we have gone for both circular capitals and square capitals, one after the other. And this is the kind of effort, such a huge beam, roof beam of maybe 3 to 5 meters, more than half meter thick neck and half meter wide. It's really hectic task of resetting. Sir, this is the end of Bahubali. We have made this structure live now. And it was reopened by the central and state ministers, and we had, this is the photograph with some archaeology department people. This is now existing. It is, we could make this rehabilitated, reconstructed Kalyana Mandapa. Now, the technology of Kakatiyas have gone to other aspect also. This is Ram Lalla temple. Recently, Indian government has taken up the task of constructing that. The same foundation what has been used for Kakatiya temples was used for Ram Lalla temple also. Of course, the contract was given to L&T. L&T had thought of, they have taken suggestion of IIT Madras. They thought of going for pile foundations for this. Panduranga has gone to central ministers, IAS people, all the people, and they convinced them the technique of this. Why? It has to have a life of 1,000 years. It is not the temple which can live or not there 100 years or 200 years, just like concrete. So we thought of having same foundation because there is a lot of fractures below. This is the Ram Lalla temple. The rock there has lineaments which may be susceptible and may become damaging portions if at all earthquake comes. So by foreseeing this one, we have gone for this type of technique. Now, maybe another 5-10 minutes. Okay, I'll take another 10 minutes, friends. So there is a lot of information on humanities, health and wellness, psychology through IKS. And as I said, Ayurveda, there is a lot of herbs and these things which are very, very helpful for the health of this. Of course, depending on our Pitta, Vata, Kapha, these are the things generally we have, depending on that what food to eat, what food not to eat. This is one temple. In Telangana, we have a place called Bhadrachalam, and Manuguru, there is a place, and nearby there is a temple called Malluru Narsimha temple. It's a very special temple wherein the rock is so soft, just like when we keep finger in our stomach, it will go inside, Even Pujari can say that they will insert the finger. The Lord Narsimha is so elastic in his body, it can go inside. And there is a water that is coming. Really, I was so fascinated, I can say, to see this type of flow. What is the greatness? Friends, 365 days a day, year, 24 hours a day, the same intensity will be coming. Whether it is a rainy season, summer, severe droughts also, the water intensity will be same. In the olden days, When we used to see this one, there used to be board by AP government before division. It is a and medicinal water, because this is coming so deep from the mountain, from all the herbs and roots of the trees it is coming. And in the olden days, whenever any person is diseased, they used to go to the Lord, pray to the Lord and drink this water, and they used to have their remedy coming into picture. That is called the greatness of this. And we'll speak of little about yoga and meditation, which was given in our Indian knowledge system. It is a practice that aims to unite these two things, mind, body, along with the spirit. This is very important. Many times, the students, even my son and daughter, they will be complaining, concentration nahi hai, concentration nahi hai. Why there is no concentration? Whenever I am opening the book, beep, beep, WhatsApp में क्या है, Facebook में क्या है, Insta में क्या है, we are not able to keep this one off. Even during the lecture, I could see 20%, 30% of them, they are with this, without touching this. It's a very great task. So controlling the mind is very important thing. And various forms of yoga are there, whether it is Hatha Yoga, Raja, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, all are different categories, aspects of human nature. And meditation, it is an essential component of yoga, helping individuals achieve mental clarity, inner peace and spiritual growth. Indian government, I should salute to nowadays, they are promoting this yoga and meditation in different areas, different levels. We are practicing, not only India, all other countries also. Of course, different limbs of yoga are there. Of course, highest is Samadhi, and we may start with Yama, Niyama, Pratyahara, Asana, and Niyamas, of course, Dhyana, Dhanya and Pranayama, Dharana. This is something like highest, which is beyond our capacity, Samadhi. Many times people will say he is in Samadhi, it means he is not dead. Just like, when a person is in coma, we can't say he is dead. Neither we can say he is alive. It's a similar kind of thing. They are alive, they are totally immersed in some meditation, that is called Samadhi. And what to speak of the kind of spiritual traditions we had. We are so grateful about this type of philosophies we had. And what is the relevance? Bharat knowledge systems continues to influence modern thought in India and beyond. Friends, lot of scholars, researchers, practitioners adapt these traditional systems to address the contemporary challenges in various fields, including psychology, science, medicine, philosophy, psychology, and spirituality also. Just to conclude, Bharatiya knowledge systems traditions are a rich and multifaceted heritage that has evolved over thousands of years. These systems encompass a wide array of philosophical, spiritual, scientific, and artistic knowledge that continues to shape the cultural identity and intellectual discourse of India. Friends, by preserving and studying these traditions, people gain valuable insights into human existence, the nature of reality, and the pursuit of harmony and well-being. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you all. Any questions or comments, suggestions by any of the eminent people? Okay,
very valuable for us, for our future. And few information, sir. Now the time for felicitation. I invite our dignitaries to felicitate our resource person.
See, one thing you have to remember, sir met an accident actually, is unable to stand. సార్ మొన్న కాలేజీకి 8:30 అరౌండ్ 8:30కి వచ్చి ఇక్కడ రెస్ట్ తీసుకొని మన గురించి 1.5 hour ఆల్మోస్ట్ స్టాండ్. సో దానికి మనం సార్ థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ ఫర్ యువర్ కమిట్మెంట్ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
Hi, hi. Hello. Yeah. So, for ancient India, the mathematics was seen as a special way of thinking. It was seen as a special way of perceiving the order, the rhythm, the harmony in the universe. For a peacock, the crust feathers are its beauty. For a snake or a serpent, the diamond on its hood, on its head, is its power. And similarly, for the Indian knowledge systems, that is the Vedangas, the Puranas, all the Chaturdasha Vidyasthanas, mathematics is both the beauty and the power, which has given the structure to the human thought and precision to practice. So when I speak of ancient or Vedic mathematics or Indian mathematics, I am not referring to some arithmetic spade tricks, or I am not referring to some very archaic discoveries of ancient mathematicians. For example, origin of zero, all these kinds of things. Yes, they are necessary to discuss, but they are not sufficient, because we need to show to the world and to ourselves that IKS or Indian mathematics towards development. In our tradition, every discourse begins with clarity. That is, clarity of who speaks, clarity of what is being spoken, clarity of why it is going spoken, the purpose, and finally how it relates to our life. This framework is called Anubandha Chatushtaya in our Indian tradition. So any academic work begins with this four-step process. The first thing is Vishaya. Vishaya is the subject matter, what we are discussing. And the next one is Prayojana, the purpose, why should we discuss, what's the use. And next Adhikari, who is eligible to participate, to study, to pursue in that particular academic discussion. And finally, Sambandha, what is its use or relationship to the humanity as a whole. So in this talk, I would like to mention all the four steps. The Vishaya in my talk is Vedic mathematics as a holistic and sustainable knowledge system. And Prayojana, the purpose is why we have to discuss about Indian mathematics or Vedic mathematics is we need to rediscover the contributions that have been made by our mathematicians, and also to discover the ancient Indian mathematical thought beneath it, behind their discoveries. Next, Adhikari. This is very obvious thing, because all of us, the esteemed scholars, the faculty here, and the participants, the students, the educators, both online and offline, who has this decent belief that Indian knowledge systems can still illuminate light to the path of modern innovation and sustainability. And Sambandha, the Sambandha is, it's very precise, that is, Indian mathematics can hold a great significance to the modern sustainable development. Okay, now I have one more small exercise for the audience. I'm going to give a question to you. Okay, it's very simple. The question is there an Indian mathematics? That is there an Indian mathematics? Any courageous soul from the audience? Can you, anyone voluntarily come or speak from your position? How do you interpret this question? I repeat, is there an Indian mathematics? This is the question. Who can interpret this question? Can somebody say the meaning of this question? Any attempt? Is there an Indian mathematics? This is the question. You can stand up and say, so that the audience can listen. Someone, is there an Indian mathematics? This is the question. And my question is, how are you going to interpret this question? Is there an Indian mathematics? See, let's make it clear. Why are we discussing Indian mathematics? Isn't it mathematics universal? Is mathematics different in India, different in America, different in China? Is it so? It is not. Then why are we discussing Indian mathematics in particular? What's the uniqueness in it? So that is the one interpretation of this question. Depending on the stress, for example, is, when you place a stress on is there an Indian mathematics? So here we are asking, do such a thing exist? Do such a thing called Indian mathematics exist? This is one interpretation. Is there in Indian mathematics? So here we are asking the existence. Does such a thing really exist, or are we just simply discussing about it? As I have said, mathematics is universal, right? 2 plus 2 is 4, whether in China, North Korea, or Russia, wherever it is. So what's the uniqueness in Indian mathematics if the results are same and applicable to whole of the world or humanity? The uniqueness lies in the not in the results but in the approach that you take to arrive that result. For example, 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. This rule, although this equation seems very simple to us, to even for a first grader, but this equation has arrived due to certain axioms called Peano's axioms from the Greek tradition. However, in India, 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. This has not come through Peano's axiom. This has come from a very different method. We will be discussing what is that method in the later slides. Next, second interpretation. Is there an Indian mathematics? Again, now the stress is on N. So, is there only one kind of Indian mathematics? Because the very idea of India is we are union of states, we have different cultures, different languages, folk traditions, rural traditions, urban traditions, ancient tradition, modern tradition. So, is there only one kind of India, or is there any multiple kinds of India? What are we referring to here? Here we are referring to different kinds of India, however, unity in diversity. So there are different kinds of mathematics that existed in the geographical area, which is one is Vedic geometry, another is Jaina combinatorics, Buddhist logic, classical algebra, temple architecture, which Sir has discussed in the first session beautifully, and Kerala infinite series. If I have to give you a historical period of Indian mathematics, it can be divided into 5 phases. One is very primitive time, which is Harappan civilization, where they only knew, the people residing in the Harappan civilization, they only knew how to count, how to measure things, and how to weigh things. Okay. Then second comes the Vedic period. That is what we are referring to, Vedic mathematics or Indian mathematics. And third refers to Jaina or Buddhist period. It is very underrated that in ancient India, Buddhism and Jainism, two different philosophical schools of thought, they have contributed to the development of mathematics to extensive way. So we need to even acknowledge their contributions to Indian mathematics. And fourth one, which is the classical period, the era of Aryabhatta, Varahamihira, all these people. And finally, the fifth period is the Kerala period, which begins from 15th century. So when we talk about is there an Indian mathematics? Yes, although there are different regions, different cultures, different worldviews of thought in India, however, they are united in their vision. They may be different in their approach, but they are united in their vision. Then finally, the last interpretation. Is there an Indian mathematics? Do Indians know mathematics at all? This is a simple question. And the answer is obvious. Yes, Indians definitely knew mathematics. It has a rich historical heritage, mathematical contributions that have come from the this geography. We have the Sulva Sutras from the Vedic period and Aryabhatta who tried to find out the value of pi, then Brahmagupta, Bhaskara and Kerala. Now, see, when we talk about IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems, as I have already mentioned, we need to find out precisely what is unique in Indian knowledge systems. How does knowledge is being produced in India? That is the main concern. It's not about arriving at, you cannot simply say, oh, we have got the same results. The uniqueness lies in not in the results, rather it is in the method through which you pursue to arrive at the knowledge. Now, if you see this figure, please look at the figure carefully. Can someone describe what's happening in this figure? Any courageous person from the audience? What's happening in this figure? See, here is a person who is observing a tree here. A person who is observing a tree and he is getting the knowledge of the tree in his mind. I repeat, a person who is observing the tree and he is getting the knowledge of the tree in his mind. Here there are a couple of things that are being played out. One is the person who is observing or who is seeing the tree is called the observer. He is called in Sanskrit as Pramata. Now, you, the audience who are observing me and the screen, you are all the observers. You are all the Pramatas. And the second, the object, the tree. Here the tree is being observed. Here I am, or the screen is being observed, and that is called Prameya, or the object that is being observed. How do you see a tree, or how do you see me, or how do you see the screen, or how are you listening to me? Through eyes and ears, right? So you, and every person, every human being or any living creature needs a help of something, some instrument through which they can perceive things, perceive the world. It can be eyes, ears, or whatever. There are different sense organs. Why? They are all the instruments to discern the outside world, to discern the nature. So through eyes you observe a tree. That is called pramana. Pramana is instrument of knowledge. And finally, prama. Prama is the knowledge itself. So Prama is the knowledge of the tree. In this gathering, Prama is the IKS discussion that is being carried out by different resource persons. That is Prama. Prama is simply the knowledge of something. It's knowledge. Pramata is the observer or the listener, the audience. And Prameya is the speaker, the resource person, the object that is being observed. And Pramana, you need Pramana. What is the use of Pramana? Pramana helps any person to make sense of things. Without Pramana, you cannot get knowledge. For example, if you don't, let us take any visually challenged person, can he or she see things? No, because they do not have even the ability to see things. That is the importance of Pramana. Here there is a new word, I don't know how many of you know this, epistemology. Epistemology, in a very simple terms, it is theory of knowledge. What is knowledge? How does knowledge occur to humans? What is true knowledge and what is not true? All these questions are being dealt by one branch of philosophy called epistemology. It is theory of knowledge. So here we are getting the knowledge of the tree. Through which? Through eyes. It's not through some meditation or dhyanam. Kallu muskoni manaku raadu kada, mana mundu emundo. So through eyes you get the knowledge of what is present in front of you. So the discipline which talks about how knowledge occurs, what is a valid knowledge, what is invalid knowledge, all these questions are dealt under a specialized discipline of philosophy called epistemology. In Sanskrit, it is called Pramana Shastra. So, Pramana, it is means of knowledge, the instrument through which you get knowledge. Through eyes, you see the things, you see the world. Through ears, you listen your lectures, you listen language. Through touch, you feel the things, and through taste, you feel how good or how bad some food is. Pramana in Sanskrit means instrument. The concept of Pramana is very critical for understanding the laws of Indian logic and knowledge production. So whenever we talk about IKS, Indian knowledge systems, whenever there is a word knowledge, there will be discipline called epistemology and Pramana Shastra. And for every branch, not just mathematics, for architecture, for engineering, for physics, for chemistry, for even humanities, social sciences, how does knowledge develop in that particular discipline? That is very important. And finally, according to Vedic philosophy or ancient Indian tradition, there are 6 types of pramanas. One is Pratyaksha Pramana. As I have already said, Pratyaksha means to see, to perceive things. So, seeing, now we are all seeing each other, that's Pratyaksha Pramana. We are getting the knowledge. I am getting the knowledge of the audience, and you are getting the knowledge of the speaker, and the screen being put here. And next, Anumana Pramana. In Telugu, we have Anumana as a negative connotation. It's a negative term in Telugu. Anumana is like to doubt. But Anumana in Indian philosophy has a great positive meaning, which is nothing but logical reasoning. It's called inference. If I have to give an example, imagine you are going to a forest, to a Nallamalla forest. You are seeing from a long distance, you could see some smoke is coming, emanating from the hill, from the mountain. Now, what do you think? Wherever there is smoke, there is a fire. This you know already because of the previous experiences. In the kitchen, you might have seen wherever there is fire, there need not be smoke because you can see in the diyas and all. However, whenever there is smoke, definitely there must be fire because without fire there cannot be smoke. So this relationship, the relationship of the smoke and fire is called invariable concomitance. That is, it is present in all the circumstances, all the situations. So through this you arrive at knowledge, you infer even without seeing. You might not have seen the fire, but you see the smoke and you infer that yes, there could be smoke, so it's danger to go in that route, so let's take a diversion. So this is inference or anumana. Next, upamana pramana or comparison or analogy. How do you arrive knowledge to this pramana is, for example, if there is a person who has never seen zebra in his or her life, they only saw a cow. So how do you describe to that particular person who has never seen zebra in their life? How does it look like? You can say a zebra is similar to a cow or a horse, but with white and black stripes on it, and which can run faster than cow. So this is how, with a reference, you take a reference, and through that reference you explain the knowledge of something to the listener. This is called upamana pramana in Indian mathematics. And the next Shabda Pramana, which is verbal testimony. So the verbal testimony is pretty simple here. It's either your teacher, your professor, your lecturer, or your textbooks, or any journals, research papers. All this come under Shabda Pramana, verbal testimony. And the next two are Arthapati and Anupalabdhi. So Arthapati is a unique pramana in Indian philosophy, which is if you take a person who is on diet, who is dieting, okay, he or she, it can be, they are not eating in the morning, okay, they are not eating in the morning, and we don't know whether they are eating in the night, but however after a 1 week or 1 month, what you noticed is that their weight has increased. So obviously you will conclude that even though you may not see them eating in the daytime, they must be eating in the night time. Only then they can have gained weight. So this is called arthabhakti. And anupalabdhi is the absence of something. For example, here we don't have the chief guest right now. So how do you know that there is no chief guest in the hall today now? Because he is not present, he is absent. So through the absence of something, you derive the knowledge of a particular thing. This is called anupalabdhi. Now, why I am discussing all this? Because how my talk today is centered around how was mathematics as a discipline, as a distinct discipline, has evolved in ancient India. How did it develop? It did not come out of nothing, right? So there must be some methods, some unique methods which our ancestors have used to develop and progress the knowledge of thought. So in the ancient India, mathematics is not at all any isolated discipline, unlike in the Greek or Western sense. In the ancient India, as we have already discussed, mathematics is the queen of all sciences. It is the fundamental principle which connects all other bodies of knowledge. So, in the Western tradition or in the European tradition, you can see everybody must have listened this word proof. We have proofs for binomial theorem, basic proportionality theorem, and many theorems. So the very idea of proof is not Indian. It is borrowed from the Greek or European tradition of doing math. However, in India, we have other way of doing mathematics or approaching mathematics, which is called pramana, as we have discussed. Pramana, the through which you arrive at the knowledge of something. So, in the Indian tradition, pramana, which is means of valid knowledge, it includes pratyaksha, that is perception, inference, that is anumana, and testimony, that is your lecturers, your professors, or the research papers, textbooks, magazines, and all. And analogy, comparison. So when you understand the difference of how does knowledge evolve in mathematics in the Greek tradition or the European tradition and in Indian tradition, that is where the real difference lies. It's not about the results. 2 plus 2 is equal to 4 everywhere. But how do you arrive at that particular result is what matters. That is what distinguishes Indian mathematical tradition to the Greek mathematical tradition or European mathematical tradition. So, in the Western or Greek mathematical tradition, they have an extensive notion of proof. So, proof is nothing but it is a deductive argument. What is a deductive argument? For example, Harsha is a all humans are mortal. Mortal, they die. All humans die at one point of time. So, Harsha is a human. So, therefore, you conclude that Harsha is a mortal. He is going to die at some point of time. So this is deductive argument. It will be true. It has to be true. Based on the premises that you take, the conclusion will be true. Inevitably, it will be true. This is in deductive argument. So similarly, a proof in mathematics is deductive in nature. It is 100% certain. There is not even 0.1% which it can go wrong. So that is deductive is certain, 100% absolutely true. This is what the idea of mathematics to the Greek or European tradition. But this is not how mathematics is conceived in India. Let us see how it is conceived. So proof is nothing but logical derivation using strict rules, using strict premises, arguments. For example, the modern mathematicians like Bertrand Russell or Hilbert, they define that proof is nothing but axioms and deduction. So there are certain fundamental rules or premises through which you derive the results. So the results are 100% certain. Now, before I change the slide, I would like to introduce two terms. One is necessary truth and another is contingent truth. So necessary truth is 100% certain. It cannot go wrong. It is certain in in this world, it is certain even in other planets. This is necessary truth. Whereas contingent truth is, it can go wrong. So the very idea of mathematics in the West is, it is necessary. That is, it is absolutely true. It is not contingent. It is not false. It is 100% true. But that was not the case in India. So the Indian way of approaching mathematics is through pramana. As we have already discussed, what is pramana and all. The Indian mathematics in the text called Yukti Bhasha, there are 4 primary pramanas, 4 main sources of knowledge how mathematics is being developed. One is through pratyaksha, perception, which is direct experience. You get experience through perception, through different perceptions. Next is anumana or inference, through logical reasoning. Then shabda, through a credible person, through a credible guru or a teacher. And finally upamana, which is comparison or analogy. Now, when we think of mathematics in the ancient India, it was primarily 2. One is astronomy and another is astrology. So astronomy has given way to geometry at the later stages of development. So in the ancient India, the first systematic thought was named Sulba Sutras. The Sanskrit word Shulba meaning rope, measuring rope, which is used to measure sides, distances and all. So the text which lays rules and formalities on how to measure things is called Shulba Sutra, and the persons who measures the heights, distances, they are called Shulbakaras. So it was before 8th century BCE, before Common Era, 8th century BC. So geometry was already a living practice in India way much before the beginning of geometry in the Greek or European tradition. And later, when you come to the classical period of Indian thought, you have Aryabhatta, who defined geometry, who also defined what is a base, what is a hypotenuse, and he also gave an extensive commentary on how Pythagoras theorem has been developed. Next, you have Kerala school of thought, which is from the beginning of 15th century till the 18th or 19th century. And as I have already mentioned, Yukti Bhasha, which means a book of reasoning. Yukti or Anumana means logical reasoning. So, how do you come at logical reasoning? It's not through some ideas. It's not through abstraction. It is through, again, pratyaksha, perception, by seeing, by observing the nature. So, even the logic in India has developed through seeing the nature, through observing the nature, unlike the Greek or European traditions. So Yukti Bhasha in the early 15th century has clearly defined the mathematical methods, how it has been developed since the Vedic times till the 16th century. Now, proof is nothing but demonstration grounded in experience and not separation from it. So our idea of proof is not just proving theoretically, it is also demonstrating physics experiment. You need to demonstrate through hands, through special equipment, mathematical equipment, that you can verify that particular mathematical knowledge is true or false. If you cannot verify, if any Indian mathematician could not verify something through experience, then their theory would not be accepted as a mathematical knowledge. This was how mathematical thought has evolved in the ancient India. Now, let us quickly see the philosophical contrast between Western mathematics and Indian mathematics. So, Western mathematics, as we have already discussed, it is based on proof. Proof for the Western mathematics is complete logic, it's abstract, it is highly theoretical. You cannot show it or demonstrate or prove it in a just how perform a physics experiment. However, that is very different in India. That case is, it is the Indian approach to mathematics is through pramana, through demonstration, through proper experimentation, and logic was derived from the experience, from the daily life experience. However, in India, logic was integrated with experience. It was integrated with perception. And axioms are arbitrary. See, we might have studied in our school days that parallel lines. What are parallel lines? The distance the angle between them two is 180 degrees, and they never meet. Parallel lines do not never meet. This was what we were told in our school days, but in the form of Euclidean geometry. However, see, Euclidean geometry was developed in the 2nd or 3rd century. In the 17th or 18th century, there came a special discipline in the mathematics called projective geometry. And in the projective geometry, parallel lines do meet at infinity. So look at the contradiction in the Western mathematics itself. In the one logic, they say parallel lines never meet. However, again in the same other geometry, that is projective geometry, they have concluded that parallel lines do meet at infinity. So how did they arrive at that particular knowledge? They have arrived at that particular knowledge through physical experiments only. So that is what is missing in the Western, even the modern mathematics today. The modern mathematics is highly theoretical. It is purely logic. It's purely logic. You cannot demonstrate it with some experiment just so you perform any physics experiment or chemistry experiment. However, the Indian mathematicians do not agree. They say you can come with you can develop mathematical theories through demonstration, just how you demonstrate any physics or chemistry experiment. Now, social authority of proofs. So the European tradition of mathematics is all about a few armchair mathematicians sitting in a university. They will write a paper and that would be acknowledged by whole of the country. However, there is monopoly of proof in the European tradition. However, in the Indian context, there is a diversity of knowledge, how knowledge can be verified through perception, that is pratyaksha, through anumana, through shabda. Shabda is again social authority, and through upamana. So we have various checks and balances on how to verify a mathematical knowledge and whether we can trust that particular mathematical knowledge and whether we can apply it or not. In the Western mathematics, the aim is it's just abstraction, it's just an idea for them. However, for India, it's practical, it should be demonstratable. If you cannot demonstrate mathematics, then you are not a mathematician according to ancient India. Now, let us see the famous Pythagoras theorem, how it was developed 1000 years ago in the ancient India through this perception, through this anumana, through this shabda. Okay, if you look at the figure here, there are three quadrilaterals which are joined in such a way that there is a right angle triangle that is formed in it. See, in the ancient India, geometry was not just some ideal, drawing some triangles or quadrilaterals on a paper and just trying to grapple with them how to derive knowledge. Rather, in the ancient India, we had many rituals, Vedic rituals, which you need to perform, the yajnas, which you need to perform by creating specific shapes. Not every yajna is done in the same way. For every particular yajna, they had to design particular shape of the altar, and only in that particular shape with a precise area, not more, not less. They had to design. So that is the reason why even Indians or Asians in particular have a great love for numbers and precision. Okay. So when they had this very necessity to design an altar with a particular precise measurements, so they had to use the ropes as there were no rulers at that time. So they used to use the sulba, that is the rope through which they had to measure the heights, the distances, and the hypotenuse and all other things. So if you see, look at the verse here. दीर्घचतुरस्य क्षण्य रज्जुः पार्श्वमानि तर्यक्मानि च यत् प्रभुभूते कुरुत्सद्भयं karoti. So it says that the diagonal of a rectangle produced by itself, both the areas produced separately by its two sides. So they could demonstrate it through measurement, through practical measurement, by verifying it with a simple thing called Shulba, which is the measuring rope. So in the ancient India, the very idea of how you develop knowledge in either in mathematics or Ayurveda or architecture or engineering, we had pratyaksha, the perception. It is verified by direct measurement using rope in geometry, which is called shulba, the measuring rope or measuring cord. And anumana, as you have, as whenever the mathematician used to develop such the similar figures or similar altars in different times, then they have observed all those cases and they have codified it in a law or a rule or, or a mathematical axiom that okay, this is whenever there is such a thing called right angle triangle, the the squares of the sum of two sides will be equal to the hypotenuse. This is how they have developed through practical demonstration, not through theoretical abstraction. And this is what is codified in the through textbook or through the guru. So knowledge validated through experience, reasoning and repetition, which is pramana based discovery. It's not just symbolic proof. What is the significance or what is the purpose of arriving or developing a knowledge through nature or through observing and experience? It leads to sustainable development, because you whenever you demonstrate, you try to demonstrate in the nature with practical understanding, then inevitably you have to work with the nature. And when you work with the nature, you are aware of that if you go against the nature, then you are bound to get the consequences. So instead of exploiting the nature, the ancient Indian mathematicians worked with the nature, whereas the Greek or European traditions, for them mathematics was just a symbolic proof. They never demonstrated geometry through practical measurements or verifications. So the one thing that was missing from them is sustainability, the harmony. Here I'm not judging that something is better than the other. This is not my view. What I'm trying to convey through this talk is there is a different way, different method on how mathematics can be developed, not just through proper axioms or symbolic logics. So the goal was yathartha jnana, yatharthamu, which means which you can experience by yourself. You need to experience, which can be demonstrated, verified through practical equipment. Yathartha jnana, the truth that works. It's not just as an idea. Truth is not just truth is not just an idea. It was also a proper working mechanism in the ancient Indian mathematical tradition. So in the classical period of mathematics, Aryabhatta has extensively tried to calculate the value of pi until 4 decimal places. So he quotes this verse, Chaturadhikam Satamashthagunam Dvishashti Sastada Sahasranam Ayutadvaya Vishkambasya Asanno Vruttapare Naha. So Chaturadhikam Satamashthagunam, when you add 4 to 100 and multiply with 8, you get the number 832. Next, Dvashashti Tatha Sahasranam. So add this particular number to 62,000. You will get another particular number which is 62,832. Look at how precise the calculations. It all happened not because of some abstract reasoning or some theoretical deduction. It all happened due to practical measurement through practical understanding. And the circumference, the diameter is Ayutadvaya Vishkambasya, which is 20,000. So when you divide the particular number with 20,000, you get exactly 3.1416. And this matches to exactly to the 4 decimal places. Even the later mathematicians, especially from the Kerala, from 15th century, they have even went on to they have even went on to signify or calculate the value of pi to even 30-40 places. So the difference between how we have arrived at the value of pi and how the Europeans have developed or arrived at value of pi is in this way. We have used practical accuracy and ritual harmony through ritual construction, through ritual geometry. Geometry was for us proper construction. You can see it, you can experience it. That is Yathartha Jnana. Unlike Greek or Euclidean tradition, where it is just some idea, it just exists only as an idea. And we have the Pramana tradition, which is perception, inference, and testimony. Whereas in the European tradition, it was just an abstract thought. And the worldview that we hold is knowledge is integrated with nature, with the physical world. It is not independent of the world. Whereas in the European tradition, mathematics is detached from the sensory reality, and it was just conceived as an independent which exists even outside of human mind. So we have empirical construction and inference and codified rule. So through practical constructions, we could arrive at certain mathematical, not certain, every mathematical statements that we have had so far. Whereas in the Euclidean tradition, you have just certain axioms, some certain a priori statements through which they have come at mathematical theories. And the structure of Indian mathematics was used in the form of sutra style. The very word sutra means it is very terse. Terse in the sense it is very brief, it is very condensed. It can be, if you open that sutra, you can have multiple interpretations, multiple commentaries on it. Whereas in the Euclidean geometry, there are more symbols on how the language of mathematics was mostly on symbols. So the outcome was a validated workable relation where you can see the working of that particular mathematical statement in the nature. So which produces areas. Whereas here it's just a logic. You work with the logic, you can just see in the ideas, but you cannot verify it in the form of practical nature. So what I would like to conclude here is how Indian mathematics as a separate discipline of knowledge, how it can illuminate light for the future Vikasit Bharat, that is 2047, for sustainable development. One is the when you revive the Pramana way of thinking, the 6 Pramanas that we have discussed so far, by using observation, reasoning, and ethical awareness. So it is more inclusive and sustainable, unlike the Greek tradition, which is only logic centered. It does not include any ethics, it does not include any physical demonstration of those theorems. It also promotes human centered and sustainable mathematics rooted in harmony with nature. And it also integrates holistic and systems thinking across science, society, and environment. So it is not just confined to just development of a knowledge. Knowledge has to be intelligent, and at the same time it also has to be inclusive, sustainable, and ethical, which is useful to the society and the nature. This is how the very idea of knowledge was conceived in the mathematical traditions, and it inspires innovation through IKS and STEM collaboration. So it's a creative innovation that can happen with IKS and the modern science STEM disciplines. It also bridges ancient algorithmic wisdom with modern computation for sustainable solutions. So it contributes a diverse way of developing knowledge to global science and Vikasit Bharat 2047. So Indian mathematical epistemology is where logic meets life and knowledge meets responsibility, and it can guide humanity towards a sustainable and more intelligent future. Thank you. Any mathematics. It's not for particularly geometry.
You don't have proof, sir. Can't give the next generation.
No, there are proofs. There are proofs, sir. There are.
Western mathematics have proof, right?
Yes.
So our papers and published.
Yes.
So you are giving to the next generation.
Yes.
The problem with this Vedic mathematics, you are not having of the knowledge about the previous mathematics. You are not able to give the next generation. That's the main problem.
The problem is that the knowledge is being written in Sanskrit form, but they have not been translated into other languages. That is the major problem. one of the major problem, not just for in Indian mathematics, even for the whole of IKS, you should often undiscovered problems have been, they have kept as a puja form. They are not being taken, translated. They are not being worked upon. This has to happen.
See, you are saying that you are understanding the mathematical concept by demonstration.
Yes, yes.
Have an example for this.
Yes, due to dearth of time, I am unable to show, but there are literature where they have practically showed how the knowledge has derived.
Thank you very much, sir, for your session. Very important session. Everybody is feeling because mathematics, what purpose you are learning mathematics means just you have to benefit for RHS. You are getting the mark, 100 by 100 marks, you don't know what purpose you are doing the math. Isn't it? Exactly, everybody, because you are all mathematical students and mathematical teachers. You are experienced, right? What is the use of your mathematics? What is the purpose of? No, you are not understanding actually. Right? That is that component is missing in just mathematics. Thank you very much, sir.
కొంచెం ఉన్నాయి ఇది ఆపరేట్ అవుతుంది కదా స్టార్ట్ చేయండి ఒక్క నిమిషం. Sure.
Thank you, sir.
I'll sit here. See here, sir. You are from which place? Yeah, in this college you are working somewhere.
I am working for India.
ఈ చార్జర్ కూడా పెట్టేసాను బాబు ఈ చార్జర్
I request Lina ma'am to.
I'm Dr. Praveen Madikota, professor in Government Arabic College.
Oh, okay. Areas.
Eragadalo.
Okay.
College Eragadalo.
It is my pleasure to introduce our resource person.
I have done my bachelor's in mathematics from Swani and master's in Indian philosophy from
He is a
Manipal.
professor in the Department of Panchakarma at Dr. B.R.K. Care, Government Hyderabad.
Working independently on
He
IKS.
hails from a reputed Ayurveda family
You are working
and
which
is the
college?
son of
Teach for
Dr. M.
India
Shyam Sundar,
organization.
former professor of Ayurveda, Department of Ayush, Telangana. He is a good gold medalist in his master's degree and he secured national first rank in the MD Ayurveda entrance examination at Banaras Hindu University, where he completed his post-graduation. He further served as senior resident at IMS. He has 13 years of teaching experience. Also, he received several prestigious honors, including the Employee of Excellence Award, the Rambatri Award, and the Charaka Maharishi Award. We are privileged to have him with us and eagerly await his valuable words. Welcome, sir. Now the time to hand over the session to Dr. Praveen Bharat.
Slide.
Traditional.
Okay. Thank you. Lights obviously. 1 hour time, but 1 hour. For such a done. Slide. Okay. Then, okay. Switch off this only time that is. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this institute, and especially the principal sir and Arjun, the coordinator for IKS. And I know that Ayurveda is a totally new subject for all of you. But Indian knowledge system is pretty much interested to incorporate all the Indian sciences and wanted to work out on the holistic approaches related to this science. So let me begin my lecture by paying tributes to one of my the professor, the guide, Professor R.S. Singh sir. He was my mentor and guide at Banaras University, and on the other side, my father, who also retired as a professor of Ayurveda. So I hail from Ayurvedic College, and also I'm proud to say that my guide received the Padma Shri, so a few years before. So as you all know, IKS integrates science, philosophy, and sustainability, which is rooted in the Vedas, Upanishads, and Ayurveda, and yoga, mathematics, and many other sciences. So the SDG 3, which really deals with the good health and well-being. Under this section, Ayurveda is playing a vital role in the integration with the modern science. Among all the ancient sciences, I would say that Ayurveda is more applicable. Practically, it is being done at this moment of time also. So today, I am going to deal with in this lecture the fundamental principles of Ayurveda, which will be interesting for all of you, and contribution of Sushrutas in ancient surgery, and concept of health according to Ayurveda, and Panchakarma. Have you know what is Panchakarma? Anyone knows about Panchakarma treatment of Ayurveda? So there are several clinics, there are several centers of Panchakarma. It is one of the best treatment modality of Ayurveda for a lot of chronic diseases. Okay, so then which diseases Ayurveda takes care, and what is happening at Government Ayurvedic College and Hospital. You all should know that there is a very big Ayurvedic hospital at Hyderabad, opposite ESI hospital, in Sanat Nagar. So we'll discuss those things. In fact, does research idea or principle exist in ancient literature? So we are talking about integrating the ancient science with the modern science. Whether there is any ancient literature or ancient research idea is present. If you have anyone recognized this particular quotation, from which place this is? Yes, Lalita Sahasranamas, and this is from one temple. Anyone knows this temple? Very famous temple. While going to Karimnagar, Vargal, yes. So if you visit this temple from all sides, all the corners of the main temple, this particular line is written, which is from the Lalita Sahasranamas. Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, Swarupini Namaha. So I always say that this is the research principle of ancient literature. If anyone wanted to do research in anything, or if anyone wanted to achieve anything in life, these three qualities are required. What is required? First is Ichha Shakti, which is nothing but curiosity. First, you should have interest. Whatever you wanted to achieve in life, you need to have interest on that particular subject. Then the next is you should acquire knowledge, Jnana Shakti, which is the Jnana Shakti. You should acquire knowledge from various sources. That is what is Jnana Shakti. And finally, Kriya Shakti, which is nothing but you have to act. You have to really explore it and put it into your work so that you can get the result. So these three say that it is Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, Swarupini Namaha. Even I say to my PG scholars to just recite this line, so that the qualities, of research we may imbibe, over a period of time. So this is what is seen with the ancient literature. And I always say that it is remarkable that a medical system that originated over 5,000 years ago still is relevant and practical today. And I just said that Ayurveda stands out as being the far more applicable than any ancient science. There are several ancient sciences, but this is the most practical science which is practiced even today at this present moment in India. Health is always a perspective, whether it's Ayurveda, modern medicine, or anything. So it depends, from which angle you are witnessing a particular problem. Okay, so for example, if I ask a modern graduate, MBBS student, what is the digestion? You are all science students. You also say the same thing. Digestion happens because of the combined effect of the enzymes, hormones, which are acting at the GIT level, at the stomach or at the intestine. This is what the MBBS student says or the science student says. But if you ask an Ayurveda student, what he says that it is happening because of the Samana Vata and Panchaka Pitta and Kledaka Kapha, which are the three doshas which we call in Ayurveda. Is a combination of these three doshas, the digestion is happening. But if you ask the same thing to a spiritual person, I have several patients from ISKCON temple. ISKCON? ISKCON is a Krishna consciousness, Krishna devotees. When you ask these people, they say that digestion is happening because of Lord Krishna, they say. How? Then they say that from Bhagavad Gita, they quote a quotation which says that Aham Vaishwanaro Bhutva Praninam Deyamastritaha Pranapana Samayukta Pachamyanyam Chaturvidam. This Lord Krishna is telling that I am present in your body in the form of Vaishwanara. It's nothing but the digestive fire. So I am existing within you as a digestive fire and I am taking off the digestion. This is the concept of a spiritual devotee. You cannot say that you are wrong. You cannot say to him that he's wrong, he's right. Because when he remembers this particular concept, he will be very choosy in whenever he eats anything. Because he thinks that there is Lord Krishna is staying with him always, and he will be very practical in whatever he eats. He will be very conscious of his eating pattern. So these are all the different perspectives, and we have to appreciate all the perspectives. That is what really is IK is all about. Indian knowledge system is really trying to identify the important principles which are present in Indian heritage. Then coming to what is Ayurveda. Ayurveda is the science of life and originated from the Vedas. It is called the Upaveda of Atharvana Veda. It is known as the Indian system of medicine. Ayurveda is known as Indian system of medicine, practiced from 2 BC to till date, and it talks about the prevention and the curative aspect. If you see the difference between Ayurveda and modern medicine is medicine. We all know that, and they do a lot of research. Ayurveda is based on the wisdom and traditional practice. I learned Ayurveda from my teachers, and my teachers have their own teachers. Like that, it has coming as a tradition. And also there are certain books which are imparting wisdom. So it is mostly research based. Modern Ayurveda is experience based. Modern medicine talks more about the disease oriented approach. Ayurveda talks about the holistic approach. It talks about the holism. It takes care of the mind, body, and even spiritual health also being taken care in Ayurveda, not just only disease. And modern medicine mostly drug oriented for a particular disease, particular drug. But Ayurveda is a predominantly principle oriented type of treatment. Modern medicine is as a disease suppressive therapy, which is called reductionist approach, giving antibiotics, giving painkillers for a particular disease. That is called a reductionist approach. But Ayurveda, it is called eliminative and palliative. We have got the two concepts in Ayurveda. Modern medicine changes with time and research. Today they may say one thing, today they say that coffee is very good. After 2 years again they say that no, please don't drink coffee. By that time many might have taken all those things. So such examples are there with anti-diabetic drugs. There is a drug called penformin, which was used for diabetes for several years, and after getting the side effect like lactic acidosis, several people died. Then they found that it is not good and they withdrawn. They said that it is having a problem. So like that, there are certain things which are happening in Ayurveda and modern medicine. You can see the differences. Modern medicine is definitely good in acute and emergency management. In spite of telling that, I can say that modern medicine is a mainstream medicine today. So definitely it's a mainstream medicine, but it's good in acute and emergency management. Ayurveda is very good in chronic disease management. Modern medicine is curative, but Ayurveda talks a lot about prevention, cure, and rejuvenation. Modern medicine has got minimal emphasis on diet. They don't say what to eat, what not to eat, but Ayurveda talks a lot about the dietary component. Okay, and modern medicine is known for surgery. Now gene therapy, stem therapy, there are certain researches are being done. But in Ayurveda is well known for Panchakarma and Kshara Sutra. I will try to show you some of the treatment methodologies of Panchakarma in this picture. So this is what is Government Ayurvedic College in Hyderabad, BRKR Government Ayurvedic College at SR Nagar, Hyderabad. So it started in 1935, 4.5 acres of land. It is placed at 150 PGs and 350 undergraduate students get admitted every year. It has a 200-bedded attached hospital with paid room facilities, and every day 600 to 700 patients come to this particular hospital. It has got facilities for Panchakarma. So this is what is our OPD block. So you can see there are several patients come every day. These are our special rooms at Government Hospital, Eragadda, and this is a very recent paper clip on 1st November, where it is mentioned that so about our Ayurvedic college at Eragadda. So Telangana ke Talamanikam Eragadda Ayurvedyam. It's a very positive article has come in the newspaper about Ayurveda. And Ayurveda in the past was taken care by the sages, acharyas. They were really teaching the Ayurveda at that time. But at present, it is being institutionalized. We have got several institutes. More than 540 Ayurvedic colleges are there in India. As per December 23, it is officially recognized medical system in 29 countries. Not only in India, in 29 countries it is recognized as a official system. And WHO is working very keenly with developing Ayurveda, and also it is well known for chronic disease management. The scientific publications are on raise in relation to Ayurveda, and there is more government support, especially in the last few decades from the central government in the form of National Ayush Mission, which directly supports Ayurvedic research. Modern medicine talks more about diseases, and the Ayurveda talks more about health. Ayurveda talks about the health, not just only diseases. So there is one important shloka from Ayurveda which says that how to remain healthy. Everyone, all of us want to be healthy, isn't it? We all want to be healthy. But healthy रहने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए? What to be done? This is what Ayurveda says, that nityam hitahara vihara sevi samikshakari visheshvasaktah data samaha satyaparaha kshamavan aptopasevi bhavatyarogaha. It's a very famous line from the Sushruta Samhita, one of the important book of Ayurveda. What it says is you should have nityam hitahara vihara sevi, which means that you should have a balanced diet and lifestyle. You should have the diet, balanced diet differs from place to place. North India, the balanced diet may be different. South India, it might be different. So you should really choose, you should really assess your own compatible diet, and it should include with some good appropriate physical activity. Then the second point is vihara. Vihara means what? You should also have proper exercises. Proper exercises should be there. And also samikshakari visheshvasaktah, which means that you should do everything consciously with awareness. Whatever step you take in life, you should take very consciously with lot of awareness. That is what is samikshakari. After complete analysis only, you have to really proceed in any activity in life. And visheshvasakta means definitely avoid excessive attachment to the material things. Like we are all attached to our smartphone all the time, even though it's not needed. We are continuously watching the phone, what is happening in the world. We doesn't need all those things. Truly speaking, many things are not needed for all of us. But somehow we are getting addicted to the materialistic things. So that is what is visheshvasakta, means that is one of the reasons for the diseases. Here, what exactly it means in this context is, when we are more attached to the materialistic things, then there is a possibility that we may develop diseases. These are all the causes of the diseases. Then also, apart from that, Ayurveda says if you want to remain healthy, what you should do? Data. This is generosity. You should really do some charity in life. This Ayurveda is telling, it's science of Ayurveda is telling that you should do some charity in your life, and you should have samaha. You should maintain composure in all situations and avoid extremes of the emotions, and also look everything as equal to you. Don't think that somebody is inferior to you. And truthfulness, being honest and maintaining integrity in your thoughts, words and emotions, that is what is satyaparaha. And most important is Kshamavan, forgiveness. You should forgive others for whatever the problems they create for you. If you have these qualities, then probably you will be free from the diseases. So disease free state is not going to just come by taking medicines or just by taking some good diet. We should also follow such important things which mentioned in Ayurveda. And also last point, which is aptopasevi. Aptopasevi means serving the elders, serving the parents, serving your grandparents, and also giving respect to your teachers. So all these things are not going to help them. In fact, it is going to help you. All the students, you should know that if you are really serving the elders, you will be healthy. You will lead a healthier life. Respecting your teachers is going to help you. Okay, so these such vital things are mentioned in the subject of Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is not just about medicine. It is about that's why we call it as a life science. It really encompasses many points. So the three important books of Ayurveda, Charak Samhita, Sushruta Samhita, and Ashtanga Hriday, they are available and they are very well translated in English. Right now, sir is telling that many of the mathematical books are not translated in English, but there is no problem in Ayurveda. Every book of Ayurveda is completely translated in English. Not only in English, many other Western countries also they have translated, and even in Arabic, in European countries, European languages also, Ayurvedic books are being translated. Okay, so these are the Charak Samhitas, and they are available on the net. In the Google also one can really read, but it's difficult to understand for a the other sciences people, because it needs definitely a teacher to really study or understand Ayurveda. It has got 8 branches: the Kaya Chikitsa, Kaumara Bhuttya, so like that, internal medicine, pediatrics, toxicology, and for the aphrodisiac medicine, and Rasayana, rejuvenation, surgery, and ENT. So like that, some 8 branches are there in the Ayurveda when it started its genesis. And Ayurveda really talks about the 5 gross elements, which are called Pancha Mahabhutas. So the 5 gross elements which are linked to the 3 doshas. It's very easy to really understand the concept of Ayurveda. It's not complicated. We diagnose the patients based on the Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So the moment we see any person, we can know that whether the patient is having Vata illness or Pitta illness or Kapha illness. So for example, a joint disease or a neurological patient is diagnosed as Vata, and a patient suffering from the indigestion, constipation, they are or the liver splenic diseases, they come under the category of Pitta. Obesity, diabetes, such kind of things come under respiratory disorders, they come under the Kapha. So it is very simple way of diagnosis Ayurveda has narrated, and these 3 doshas are related to the gross elements of the 5 gross elements which are called Panchamahabhutas. And Ayurveda says that everything starts from GIT tract. All the genesis of all diseases is the GIT tract. So this is already proved. Even now the modern science is recognizing what Ayurveda said. Now there is a concept called gut-brain axis, gut microbiome. Now every disease is really linked to the gut microbiome. Whatever is happening in your GIT tract is responsible for diseases, whether it is autism, whether it is cerebral palsy, whether it is diabetes, whether it is psoriasis, eczema, all autoimmune diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, cervical spondylosis, all such cases, they are directly linked to the gut. So it is very important, and you should be very conscious of what you are eating. Please don't eat whatever comes in front of you. You should really be aware, with awareness you eat. Okay, so this is what Ayurveda says. And Ayurveda talks about the body constitution, body-mind constitution. I will just tell about those points later on. And it is having rejuvenation, and also it is having panchakarma. It talks about dietary advices. It has given a good definition of health, which even WHO has adopted, and lifestyle management, herbal medicine. Ayurveda has got a lot of decoctions and ghee medicines, oil medicines. It talks about preventive principles, body, mind, constitution, and daily regimen. What to do every day to remain healthy, and what to do in seasons like in Sharad Rutu, Varsha Rutu, what type of diet you have to take. Everything has been said by Ayurveda in this science. And the Panchakarma, Kshara Sutra, and Rasayana are the special treatment methodology of Ayurveda. So this is what is the body frame. based on that we can identify whether you are having Vata type of body constitution, Pitta type of constitution, or Kapha. For example, the one with the thin body, so very lean personality, dark complexion, and thin brittle nails, dry hair, the one who walks excessively or briskly, with very frequent food intake, irregular digestion, hard and constipated bowel habit, more talkative, and disturbed sleep, such person, even the fearful emotions also are being taken care. So this is called a physical, psychological type of body mind constitution assessment, which is very popular. And very recently, the Central Council of Indian Medicine has launched a very big program across the nation, population, and they identified the Prakriti. It is one of the biggest survey which has been done by the National Council of Indian Medicine. So like that, for example, if you identify, we can identify each person's Prakriti, and based on that we can say which diseases they are prone for, whether they are about to get neurological diseases or digestive disorders or diabetes. So we can also predict and we can also prevent based on the dietary advices. So such kind of system is there in Ayurveda in the form of this Prakriti assessment. Then we have got these Tridoshas and Panchamahabhutas. As I said, this is the basic theory of Ayurveda, where you have the three energy systems like Kapha, Pitta, and Vata, where Vata is representing the kinetic energy, Pitta is the thermal energy, and Kapha can be taken as the potential energy, which is happening because of the combination of these five gross elements. So in fact, Vata is more for the movement. It takes care of the movement of the body. Kapha is represented in the form of structure, and Pitta is just like an engine of the car. It takes care of the metabolism of the person. So based on that, we identify the patient's problem, and Ayurveda says that there is a dynamic equilibrium between the human and cosmos. So there is called microcosm and macrocosm. We always relate that these two are interrelated. You cannot separate nature from the human being. When it is done, the serious consequences happen. In fact, nowadays there are efforts to relate the concepts of Ayurveda with the quantum physics. In fact, there is a scientist called Rama Jayasundaram. You can find out in the Google, Rama Jayasundaram. She in fact did her maths, BSc physics, and then completed MSc physics, and then she also did her PhD in physics, nuclear physics, and then she got interested in the Ayurveda. Then she because her background was not science, then she did intermediate at the age of 39 years. Again, intermediate open school with special permission. She completed intermediate. Then she completed BAMS regular course, Ayurvedic course for 5 years. Then afterwards, now she's also started practicing Ayurveda, and she's also correlating Ayurvedic concepts in the quantum physics. So these are the ideas which are emanated from her knowledge. What she says is that Ayurveda describes life as a dynamic interplay of energy and consciousness. Quantum physics explores the universe as energy, vibrations, and possibility of waves. In the same way, Ayurveda is also talking about these energies like Vata, Pitta, and Kapha are the functional entities which are also seen as energy points. So now there is a lot of interest which is being generated in the Ayurveda research. Now several engineering colleges are interested to really integrate with Ayurvedic college, which is present in SR Nagar, to really to develop the guidelines of the IKS, to work in the concepts of IKS. So you can see that the Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, Vata is correlated as the wave dynamics, Pitta as the energy exchange and quantum gems, and whereas Kapha is being seen as a matter condensation. Now there are so many works are being done in the concepts of Ayurveda. Okay, so what Ayurveda says is, Ayurveda says the importance of fasting. What is the importance of fasting? We all know that Ayurveda says that Langanam Paramaushadam and Jvarade Langanam Kuriyat. So whenever anyone gets fever, don't take antibiotic, don't take paracetamol. Initially, you start fasting. Body has got a very good healing power. We are forgetting that, and immediately we are jumping to take the medicines. So you should give some time for the body to really recover. That is what is the principle of fasting which is present in Ayurveda. And then Ayurveda says that you should eat food when you are hungry. So that's what he says, that Jirnashi, when previous meal is digested, then only you should eat. So again, this is being violated continuously by all of us. That is the reason for the diseases. Ayusham Bhojane Jiriye, when you take the food after digestion of the food, then you live for a long period of time. Lifespan is going to increase. Then quality of diet, Ayurveda explained, like for example, idli is there. Idli is prepared from which dal? So what is dal? Minapapu. So Ayurveda says the quality of that. So even though idlis appears very soft, but it is heavy for digestion. If you take more idlis, it really impairs digestion. So such minute things Ayurveda says, and also Ayurveda advises to avoid curd intake during the night time. So curd is not good, so curd may increase the possibilities of diabetes, especially in the diabetic patients. The curd should be avoided. Okay, so these such kind of simple things Ayurveda says. Buttermilk is good. You can take buttermilk, but curd intake continuously is not good, especially for the patients suffering from diabetes or obesity. It may increase. So Ayurveda not only talks about the quantity, but also quality of the diet. Each and every food, what you are taking, the quality is also being assessed by Ayurveda. And then importance of waking up in the morning, Ayurveda says, which is called Brahmi Muhurta, early morning at 4:30. If you can wake up, what kind of health benefits come. That's what Ayurveda says. Ayurveda advises to avoid exercise during the summer season. In summer season, the exercise should not be heavy, because already you are exhausted. You are half of your strength in the summer, but unfortunately, most of the people go to the parks during the summers, and gym also, because they are having the holidays. But it is not a health principle, So that is the reason why we are witnessing several deaths, even after the post-COVID, during the exercise, heavy exercise. And also exercise should be done only half of your strength. That's what Ayurveda says. And exercise is good in winter. Now the winter is about to come. This is the right season to do exercise. So in the month of November, December, January, these are the right seasons for doing exercises. And digestion is also better in winters. So you can eat some good amount of food in winters. So your digestion is really good in winter. Advises to take water continuously. It's 2 liters, 3 liters. Ayurveda never advises. Ayurveda says that you should take water as per your requirement. Okay, so these are certain principles. And milk is good to improve your strength, but its milk should be avoided in autoimmune diseases and diabetes. So several such points. I'm just quoting few for your knowledge, but there are several such points. Like buttermilk is good for preventing hemorrhoids, piles. Anyone who is having a piles problem, if you take at least 3 glasses of buttermilk to improve the digestion. And also barley is good in diabetic patients. Regular oil massage is advocated by Ayurveda, at least if not every day, at least monthly once, one should really take Abhyanga. And honey water helps in weight reduction. Honey mixed with water is good for weight reduction. And ghee is good for health. Ayurveda never says that don't eat ghee. Ghee should be avoided only by the obese people. But remaining for all people, ghee is very good. Ayurveda advocates ghee intake also. So like that, there are several dietary points are advised in the science of Ayurveda. So this is the Acharya Sushrita statue. Now, as I said, Charaka, Sushrita and Vagbhatta, they are the sages, pioneers of Ayurveda. They are the Acharyas of Ayurveda. It is this statue is from the Royal Australian College of Surgeons, from Melbourne. So they placed this statue at their college, main gate. It's a Royal Australian College of Surgeons. In fact, Acharya Sushrita is the pioneer of surgery and is known as the father of surgery. He's also known as father of surgery, father of plastic surgery. So he's known worldwide for his surgical contribution. In fact, Acharya Sushrita coined these terms like 8 steps for the surgeries, which are called Astavida Shastra Karmas in Ayurveda. Like excision, incision, scraping, puncturing, probing, extraction, drainage, and suturing in the form of Chedana, Vedana, Lekana, Vedana. So every term in Ayurveda is perfectly translated, and we know that now these are the 8 procedures through which the modern surgery is operating. The same procedures are being operated in the modern surgery. In Sushrita has described the cadaveric dissection also. 300 bones he described, 107 marmas, and he also said vital points which are crucial for surgery. So all these things have been mentioned, and also in fact surgical instruments. There are several surgical instruments have been mentioned in the Sushruta Samhita, which are totally correlatable to the modern scientific surgical instruments. So these are really from the named from animal shapes like Simha Mukha, Matsya Mukha, Manduka Mukha. So like that, those names are given to these things, and these you can see that these are some of the ancient instruments, and these are the modern instruments. You can see the similarity between these two categories. Okay, like Sushruta really advocated rhinoplasty, cataract, and he has mentioned the bladder stone removal, obstetric and fracture management. Fracture management is very well mentioned in the ancient Sushruta Samhita. Wound management, he has suggested measures for wound management. Chronic wounds, there are several people who suffer from chronic wounds, non-healing wounds, and Sushruta Samhita has mentioned about the management of those things. And of course, various other procedures are also mentioned here. And it is, as I said, it is translated in various languages, Arabic and European languages. Sushruta Samhita is translated. Okay, so if you see, compare the allopathic doctors to Ayurveda doctors, there are 13 lakhs of allopathic doctors are there in India as per the census of 2023. And in Ayush doctors are around 7 lakhs. So the number is not far behind, so they are really about to match with each other very soon. And even the manufacturing industry in Ayush is expanding every year. You can see that total Ayush export in India is 13,000 crore in 2020. So the export of Ayush is also gaining each year. Okay, so there is a global awareness is increasing. The wellness industry is on rise. Yoga and Ayurveda is seen as the important traditional practices around the world. There is a lot of research is happening in Ayurveda. Now Ayurveda is integrated to the modern medicine for the research. So, and also there is a global standards. WHO has recognized Ayurveda. Is working on improving the Ayurvedic understanding. There are councils for certification and education standards. Even there is a global market is there for cosmetics and supplements of Ayurveda, and it is increasing rapidly. So much is happening in the Ayurveda, and WHO in fact has urged the member states to integrate Ayurveda with the Western science. It has urged every member state to include the traditional medicine with the mainstream medicine. And you can see in China there are 907 million traditional visitors are there. Even in as Ayurveda already I said, the 7.85 doctors are there. Even over 100 million Europeans are now taking the treatment relation to traditional and complementary medicine. Okay, so there are several things are happening, and WHO has developed and very recently published international standard terminologies for Ayurveda. You can find it in the Google. Every terminology of Ayurveda, there is an equivalent term in English. It's already published by WHO, World Health Organization. And there is a ICD-11 classification of the diseases. Ayurveda is included. Ayurveda is included in the recent classification of the modern diseases. There is one chapter is devoted for Ayurveda in the ICD-11. What's happening? Yeah. So then coming to the IKS. IKS, the Indian Knowledge System, is very keen on collaborative research with Ayurveda and other technological sciences. So if any engineering institution, if it is ready to really collaborate with Ayurveda, then I think we can get easy grant. The grants are possible. So it is very good opportunity for the students and the professors of this institution. If you are really keen to really work with our institution, I think it will really help both of us. So already there is a chapter. NCERT has introduced a chapter in the class 11 of the intermediate. So you can see this NCERT textbooks. There is an introduction to Ayurveda chapter is there, 20 pages chapter in the class 11. So many things are happening, and also you can see the research. In fact, Acharya Sushruta quoted one important quotation like Ekam Shastram Adhiyano na Vidyat Shastra Nishayat Tasmat Bahushruta Shastram Vijanayat Chikitsaka. That means that one cannot get the complete knowledge by reading only one Shastra, one science. You have to read allied sciences. So when really Acharya Sushruta mentioned this, what were the allied sciences? At that time, modern medicine was not there. So what were the allied sciences at that time? At that time, Sanskrit was allied science. Jyotish was allied science, Tark was allied science, Mimamsa was allied science. But now modern medicine is definitely an allied science. Modern medicine is related to medicine. So now there is a need to integrate Ayurveda with the modern science and modern medicine also to really propagate the science, in a different ways. Exactly the same thing is happening. Like IIT Delhi is working with collaborative research with All India Institute of Ayurveda, and then it's IIT Bombay. It is working on the nanomedicine along with the Ayurvedic institutes. You can see that the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, is working on the rejuvenative medicine, which is called Rasayana Chikitsa in Ayurveda. Now they are working on this research project. And IIT Jodhpur, it is working on the research project like genomics and traditional Indian Ayurveda medicine. So the Indian Institute of Technologies are very much interested to really explore the concepts which are mentioned in Ayurveda. So much is happening. I am definitely interested that there are several engineering colleges are also showing their eagerness to really collaborate with Ayurvedic colleges. Then what is this therapy? Shirodhara. This is a treatment called Shirodhara where oil is poured over the forehead, and this is a very much relaxation therapy, and it is good in hypertension, good in headaches, insomnia, sleeplessness. There are several benefits to this therapy. It is present in all Panchakarma centers in Hyderabad, and it is done even at government Ayurvedic hospital Eragat also. In fact, there is a research which has been done on this particular treatment. The research is not done by Ayurveda doctors or allopathy doctors. It is done from IIT Madras. IIT Madras has done a research and published a paper in the International Journal Impact Force Measurement in Shirodhara. So they published a research on Ayurvedic treatment. Okay, so this is you can just get this paper from the Google, from IIT Madras and Shirodhara treatment research. These are these scientists which have done the research, the Swatika and Lakshman Rao and Balasubramanian from the Department of Applied Mechanics and Department of Engineering, IIT Madras. So they published this particular research. You can just verify these things, and probably you should also really try to really integrate with the science of Ayurveda. So they just even interpreted and the mechanical insight, and also they said the mode of action of these things. And as I said, Ayurveda talks a lot about the fasting. We always say Indians believe in the fasting. Langhanam Paramaushadam, as I said, and we have Ekadashi fasting is there. Even in the month of Ramzan, people do a lot of fasting. Fasting is there, but Ayurveda said several times that fasting is important, but we could not decode the science behind that principle. In fact, he is a scientist from the Japan. In 2016, he won the Nobel Prize for just decoding the science behind the fasting. It is called autophagy. So principle is there in Ayurveda, but the research was done by a scientist from the Japan. So it is called autophagy. What exactly it means that during the time of fasting, when you are fasting, what happens is cells live longer and mitochondria make more energy. And also during the calorie restriction, nitric oxide, which is a natural antioxidant, it will boost. The levels of nitric oxide will be increased. And also which is nothing but it is an antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory effects are there to this. And also another important point he mentioned in his research is during the time of fasting, body degrades and recycles the damaged cells, which is most important. You are giving time for the body to recover, to heal. So this, unfortunately, we are not following the true principles of Ayurveda. So such kind of scientific researchers are needed, and that is the true spirit of IKS. What I believe is, the science, the principles, the concepts which Ayurveda has mentioned, they have to be linked with the modern science and modern research, and with collaboration with the technology, we should really decode those such principles and come with a very understandable concepts to everyone. Okay, and even Ayurveda says honey is good for obesity. As I said, honey water. If you take honey water regularly, not in warm water, normal water. Honey should not be mixed in warm water. Just normal water. And if honey is taken regularly for a few weeks, 1 month, 1.5 months, 1 spoon at least, so that really helps in the weight reduction. There are several studies. Again, these are studies not done by Ayurveda doctors. They're studied at different places. This is a study from Italy, which shows that honey is having an effect on the obesity. So like that, the several concepts of Ayurveda are being appreciated and have got into limelight through the research. So then the one research I would like to quote here, this is a research during the post-COVID mucormycosis, black fungus. During the 2020, black fungus was rampant in Hyderabad. In fact, the state government has given permission to our institution, and myself and our director, sir, we were the principal investigators for that particular study. So Ayurveda was given a chance to give medicine in the black fungus, and we went to government ENT hospital and Gandhi hospital. We worked in collaboration with them, and we have dispatched medicines to the patients, and we published that study also. The study throws light on black fungus treatment. So he's our honorable director, Dr. Srikant Babu sir, Ayush director. You can see black fungus, how much it has caused, the blindness it has caused to the patients very quickly. In such dreadful diseases, we are advised to give Ayurvedic treatment along with modern treatment. And the results were very encouraging. They were published. And you can also get this research. It was published in International Journal. So we went to their ward and we have given the Ayurveda medicines and decoctions to the patients. The black fungus, which is present in the nose, and after the treatment, it became patent. Everything was recorded by the ENT doctors, and they finally acknowledged the role of Ayurveda in treating some of the dreadful diseases. So this paper was published, and yeah, so you can we took the videos before treatment and after treatment, and it was totally published. Okay, so you can just go through those results. It is present black fungus and Government Ayurvedic College, Hyderabad. If you just give these keywords, you can get the entire research. So then coming to the Panchakarma, as I said, Panchakarma are primarily 5 treatments, but there are several treatments. This is a very popular treatment of Ayurveda. In fact, for which diseases it is useful? Patients come from osteoarthritis, knee joint pain, rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylosis, cervical pain or lumbar spondylosis, backache. Okay, so sciatica, so frozen shoulder pains, avascular necrosis, and this SL is again autoimmune disease, psoriasis, skin disease, psoriatic arthritis, so eczema, urticaria, dermatitis, so tennis elbow, cerebral palsy, paralysis, so several diseases. All these patients, even the impotency and also infertility. Infertility is also the one of the cases which come for the Panchakarma treatment. Also obesity, mild to moderate diabetes, insomnia, varicose veins, chronic sinusitis, ulcerative colitis, acne, pigmentation disorders, hair fall, cosmetic perspective. So every is having a certain role to play, and all such patients come for. Okay, so you can see these are the 5 treatments of Panchakarma, which are called Vaman, Virechan, Vasti, Kashaya Vasti, and the Nasya. This is a massage treatment which is called Abhyanga. So I'm not detailing about those things, but this is for the lumbar spondylosis, backache. Anyone who is having a slip disc, modern medicine advocates surgery, but this simple treatment really can help for 21 days, 14 to 21 days. If it is given for 35 minutes per day, the really problem is it gets cured. Okay, so it causes muscle relaxation. You can see the patients, from our ward. You can see how they are walking before treatment and after treatment. This is a before treatment. You can see he could not walk after treatment, and even completion of the treatment is able to really do the things normally. So these kind of treatments are being done to the patients at our wards. For the cervical neck pain, this treatment is done. This is for the total backache and knee joint osteoarthritis. There are several. The treatment which is called the Januvasti. You can see all these patients, the poor patients, they come to the government hospital. They take this advantage of these treatments and really heal better. And this is for obesity. Anyone who wanted to reduce the weight, so they should go for this treatment called powder massage, which is called Udvartana in Ayurveda. Again, it should be done for 2 to 3 weeks every day for weight reduction. Already I said about the Shirodhara. Shirodhara is for headache, hypertension, sleeplessness, depression, stress disorders, hemiplegia. So this is what is Shirodhara for these diseases. This Shirovasti, this is another treatment where oil is poured on the head, especially for paralysis type of diseases. Then this is for dry eye syndrome, especially for the engineering, graduates, postgraduates. They all come here because they have continuously they are watching the monitor and they develop the dryness of the eyes. We have several software engineers who come to Ayurvedic hospital for backache. lumbar spondylosis and disc prolapse, as they sit for hours together in front of the system. So for all such things, Ayurveda has very good remedies. And even for this dry eye syndrome, trigeminal neuralgia, this is where the medicated oil is poured over the eye for few minutes, for 10 to 15 minutes. This really helps. So there are a lot of steam therapies, local medicated steam therapies are given to the patients. So for backache and for knee joint arthritis, and these are the different diseases before and after treatment. You can see the skin disease, which is so severe, before treatment. With simple treatment with Ayurveda, you can see within few weeks the patient really becomes better. These are all published cases are there. You can see the psoriasis before and after treatment. You can see severity of the disease. This is a case of non-healing ulcer. This is a case of very young boy, some 29 years old, non-healing ulcer for 3 years. He underwent skin grafting at a very big corporate hospital on 3 occasions, spent more than 15 lakhs. That was rejected. You can see that this is the grafting area. His skin was taken from different thigh and other places, and this ulcer was really treated. But again the grafting has failed. Even in spite of the skin grafting, it failed again. Again the ulcer started developing. So that patient came to us. You can see the other side of the skin grafting in the same patient. He came to our hospital, and we were just doing Ayurveda treatment as per the classical description in Sushruta Samhita, where he described the 6 varieties of management. You can see how the wound healing started in this patient. Very gradually you can see. So this is a granulation tissue and scar tissue. You can see very systematically developed. And what treatment we give? Decoctions. The decoctions of certain plants. It was poured on the wound. Previously he took several antibiotics for months together, but he could not get the healing, in spite of the skin grafting. But this is a treatment which we gave to the patient. Okay, so and also the fumigation was done with some herbal antiseptics like haldi and some other medications. So this fumigation was given to the wound, and then some local powder application was done, and this really provided the complete healing to the patient. Okay, you can see it's almost healed. So this is how Ayurveda can really produce miracles. That's why I say that Ayurveda is the most practical traditional system among all traditional systems of India. So this is, I'm proud to say that Ayurveda is being practiced today at great vigor, and a lot of interest is shown by many people, and they are visiting. Even this is a case of another wound. You can see this patient also for several years, months and years, he was suffering. Here the medicated paste was used, to tie the wound of the patient, and also leech therapy. These are the leeches which are applied to the wound, and fumigation was also given. You can see this patient's wound has completely healed, after the treatment. So such treatments are available in Ayurveda. So you should all be aware about Ayurveda, how much knowledge is there in our ancient sciences, and through IKS, we can really establish collaboration and develop this ancient knowledge so that it can be used for the things, like even as I said, like gut-brain axis. Now the gut-brain axis is on raise, and every disease is really linked to gut microbiota. So I'm not going into the details of those things, but there is an enema treatment. Enema treatment we give in Ayurveda, which is very popularly known as Vasti Karma. We give decoction enemas, oil enemas. So this is a child, I'm presenting one small case of autism, cerebral palsy or on raise. This child who was totally out of focus. The moment he used to come to our hospital, he used to run all the time. He never used to sit at one place. But after this enema treatment, you can see that the focus has improved and his fine motor activity is improved. The patient's mother really recorded all these things, and she was sending all these things. You can see how practically the things have improved in his life after simple enema treatment, because it is acting through the gut-brain axis. Now we understand how this Vasti Karma is acting in relation to Ayurveda. So all these things, and again, last but not the least, this is one case presentation I would like to do. Again, he's a very young person, so 28, 29 years, suffering from severe arthritis, took a lot of treatment from modern medicine, not walk in spite of all these medicines. But after treatment, you can see after few months, 2 months, he was walking with some support. Then again, you can see he's walking with some stick, and finally, he walk, without stick also. So such kind of miraculous cure is possible in Ayurveda, and even he started running also. You can see that here. He started running also after the completion of treatment. So even after completing the whole treatment, he started running also. Now he's not on medication. So it's a paralytic cases, paralysis, early paralysis. Anyone who gets paralysis, he should visit Ayurvedic college or hospital within 2 months. Unfortunately, patients come after taking years of treatment in allopathy. That is a problem. If they visit Ayurveda within 1 month, 1 to 2 months, or 1 to 4 months, then the possibility of a cure is really there. You can see how much improvement we can give to such patients. So you can see the patient who is unable to move his leg, after the treatment is at least able to walk with some support. And we, as I said, we do a lot of leech therapies. So I'm not discussing all these things, but you can see this leech treatments which are done at wounds, different wounds. We give directly over the wound, we give the leech treatment, and also for varicose veins, this leech therapy is very famous. All these treatments are done at Ayurvedic hospital. So just this briefing I want to like to complete. Thank you. So any questions, please?
But there is no surgery in this method.
So there is surgery like anorectal surgery. So now this called Kshara Sutra, especially for piles, fistulas. The Ayurvedic surgery is very, very much useful, and it is being practiced a lot in our college. But of course, modern surgery has definitely advanced. Now we may not really interfere in that. But chronic disease management, Ayurveda has got a great role to play. Yes, in all chronic diseases, and also prevention, disease prevention. These are big areas where Ayurveda can really offer a lot. Thank you.
ಅದು ಹಂಗೆ
Different people are doing different fasting methods. So, what exactly fasting?
No, fasting is indicated for the patients who are having obesity and who are having certain diseases related to skin diseases. In such case, fasting has to be definitely weight reduction is there. Has to be actually definitely fast. So obviously nowadays the fasting principles are there like moments, how many hours? 16 hours fasting. Definitely you can do that. There is no problem. Ayurveda advises such kind of fasting principles. You can do it, but periodically. You cannot continuously do it. You can do it for a certain period of time. You can give a break, and again you can do it. So such practices are there. And fasting helps in several diseases also. Ayurveda talks not only for healthy people, but disease-wise practice. Disease-wise fasting also has been advised. Because generally fasting is done by those who are healthy. So only for reducing the weight. But fasting in Ayurveda is advised for specific diseases also. Several diseases, there are several fasting principles are there in Ayurveda. So fasting is absolutely indicated, and Ayurveda advises to take the food only for 2 times. If you can really do that, if you can really stop taking breakfast and take lunch and dinner, I think that is a kind of fasting. Really helps many people. So skipping of breakfast is good for them? It depends. For example, if anyone who is having acidity, hyperacidity, burning sensation, if such problems are there, then they should not take. They should not really do fasting, or they should not skip breakfast. So if no acidity, if no acidity, you can skip. Or maybe you can take very minimal thing, instead of really taking a full breakfast, you can just taste it, and then you can really keep your hunger, vibrant during the time of lunch. Yes, definitely it can be done. Yes. For especially for middle age, not for the young people, because young people work so hard, they have so many other works to carry out. But middle age people definitely really can go for such things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your very knowledgeable and informative session. Now I request Principal sir and Convener ma'am to join for the felicitation. Sir, to join to accept our felicitation. Now I welcome Dr. B. Raju sir to propose vote of thanks. Respected Chief Guest, Professor V. Kamachi, Professor, DAP, JNTU, Hyderabad. Respected resource persons, Professor P. Harikrishna sir, GS Sriharsha Sarma sir, Dr. Praveen Kumar, MD, Adikonda sir. Respected Principal, Dr. M. Ashok sir, Deans, Heads, Conveners of the various cells, participants offline and online, faculty members, students, good evening and thank you all for being part of this program. National level one-day faculty training workshop on IKS for sustainable development goals, integrating ancient wisdom with the vision of the Vikasit Bharat 2047. This is Dr. B. Raju, IKSL coordinator from the Department of. I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor V. Kamachi, Professor DAP JNTH, for spending his valuable time and also sharing insight thoughts with us today. I thought our beloved principal sir for his contribution, for his continuous motivation, support, encouragement, and sharing valuable thoughts with us. I thank our IKSL convener, Madam Dr. Y. Saritha Kumari, Madam, for academic activities right from planning to execution of any programs. I thank Mr. Arjun sir, program coordinator, for his contribution and hard work and advisors. And I would like to thank all IKSL coordinators, Rajeshwari Madam, ECE, Lirina Madam, DS, Ramakrishna sir, CSC, Ravali Madam, IT, Karanasri Madam, HNS, and Dr. B. Raju, AML, for their contribution in the program. And I thank all the student coordinators whose contribution is valuable and appreciable. And regarding today's program, AV, dance, and prayer song created a pleasant atmosphere in the premises. In such premises, the first session on temple technology led by the Professor P. Harikrishna sir, Department of Civil Engineering, HOD IKSL, NIT Warangal, and third session elected everyone, all of us, towards thinking on the greatness of ancient knowledge on medicine, Ayurveda, astronomy, science, engineering, etc. Thank you very much, sir. And one more thing, as Principal sir said, sir has met with an accident on Tuesday, and till yesterday we don't have any confidence that sir will appear physically, but by his dedication, commitment, sir has him today, and he appeared in front of everybody today. So these are the important contribution attributes that should be followed by every student, even faculty also. The second session led by GS Sriharsha Sarma sir on Vedic mathematics is very valuable lecture, and also lecture on Indian mathematical epistemology is very valuable to students as well as faculty, research scholars also. And finally, the third session on holistic well-being through Ayurveda, led by Dr. Praveen Kumar, MD sir, and sir has given lecture explanation on many contents of the Ayurvedic. It's very valuable for very good for our health and life also. And finally, the participants offline and online
So nearly 100 members participated, and that gives us a boost up and that gives us encouragement to perform further activities in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Om Sarve Bhavantu Suginaga, Sarve Santunu Ramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Vashyantu Ma Gashit Buga Bhakdale. May all be happy, healthy, and free from suffering. Thank you all for your dignified presence. May the light of knowledge guide us all towards a sustainable and enlightened future. I request all to stand for national anthem.
Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Uttar, Ganga, Vindhya, Himachal, Yamuna, Ganga, Ujjala, Jalavitaranga. Tava Shubha Name, Tava Shubha Ashish Mane, Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha. Jaya Gana Mangala Kayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidhata. Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya 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 He.
I request all the faculty members to have the tea and snacks that is providing out. Thank you all once again.